seriously. We try to cheer her up and walk her home. Along the way, we begin to understand her world.
You have to pass the stall that says, "Today's special! Osmanthus drink! Osmanthus licorice! Osmanthus plum!" Then keep going.
Fresh fruits, sweet as honey, crisp as jade.
When you hear fresh fruit, sweet as honey, crisp as jade, head up the step.
She finds her way back home by listening to the sounds of street vendors. At home, Zhengran tells her story. In Kaifeng stands an immortal tree bearing a gold leaf. If you hand a leaf upon the tree, an immortal hero will pass beneath it and grant everyone their wish. But Zhengran has lost her leaf. Her father left days ago to buy her birthday present and never returned. She believes that finding the gold leaf will bring him home. At first, we thought it was only a metaphor meant to comfort a child. But in another quest, the leaf is a real leaf. We help Zhang Ankang protect his restaurant from sabotage and takeover. 15 years ago, after the Battle of Zhongduqiao, the Khitans captured Kaifeng and massacred the city. Zhang Ankang's mother wanted to cook one last meal for the neighbors before they fled. She never lived to finish it. 15 years later, a former neighbor returns with the recipe she left behind: locust leaf noodles. Zhang Ankang searches for the exact leaf his mother once used. History books record wars and dynasties. But for ordinary people, history is families torn apart, meals left unfinished. Both stories revolve around leaves to fulfill the same wish: reunion. Zhengran hopes to reunite with her father in flesh and blood. Zhang Ankang hopes to reunite with his mother in spirit. As we search for the locust leaf, we uncover clues about the immortal tree. We learn that 15 years ago, the tale of the gold leaf spread throughout Kaifeng. At the tea stall, we read about an immortal hero in a storybook who killed the Khitans 15 years ago. This immortal hero is actually the river master at the time, whose story you can learn about in my video here. As we investigate the official records, we see 3 gold leaf cases committed by very different people with overlapping timing. Since one person cannot be everywhere at once, the truth becomes clear. The immortal hero in Kaifeng City 15 years ago was not one, but many different people carrying out justice under the same name. The gold leaf was a common wheat straw. Everyone was a warrior. That night, we go to Zhengran's home to tell her the truth, but Granny Liu stops us. She tells us to let Zhengran keep her faith. But Zhengran is a sensitive, clever child. The next day, she tells us she knows that we came by the night before. She begins to doubt the fairy tale, but we choose to protect it.
Like I said before, the wind. The wind took it.
So, if the wind took the leaf, naturally you have to ask the wind to bring it back.
The wind.
Later, some children claim they have found the immortal tree leaf. We discover it is the very wheat straw leaf we gave Zhengran.
Please, don't forget my wish. My dad's name is Zheng. Zheng Ti. I'm Zhengran. I live in the East Market, near Forsaken Quarter.
Kitelyn06 says,
The stall that says
I didn't realize how much you can do in this game. It's overwhelming, haha.
Osmanthus drink. Osmanthus licorice. Osmanthus plum. Keep going. You'll hear the sounds from the fresh fish noodle shop. You have to tell my dad how to get home.
You got it. This wish is the first thing I'll ask for when I meet the swordsman.
Isn't this just some grass weaving?
Yeah, it's made from wheat straw.
Huh?
Yeah, this game
This
has
is
a
the
lot
immortal
of
tree
stuff
leaf.
in it.
This is just grass-woven leaf. Who's trying to fool this kid?
Afterward, we return to Zhang Ankang's home together. His wife complains that he came home 2 hours late, so she had to soak the
This
noodles
is like
in
an
cold
event
water
that
to
we
keep
did.
them from sticking. This turns out to be the very noodle Zhang Ankang has been searching for. The taste he had been looking for was never the leaf. It was the 2 extra hours his mother waited for him every day after school.
Hey,
Don't cry.
After school, she made noodles, and those noodles were waiting for me when I came home.
From the very start, everyone had said it already. We were searching for leaves, but everyone mentioned in this recipe said what you're looking for aren't leaves, but a person. The noodles weren't about the leaves picked at that time, but the person coming home at that time.
Zhang Kang's experience somehow encourages Zhengran to believe in the power of the leaf once more. The two stories finally become one. The leaves that Zhengran and Zhang Kang both look for are the hope of reunion. Zhengran then describes what the immortal hero feels like to her.
Everybody was crying. Just recently. First one person stopped crying, then a whole group. Then everyone was laughing. The streets were full of busy shops. Everyone had pastries to eat. Did you see the hero?
Yes, the immortal hero in her story is us. We help reopen shops. We stop a father from ending his life. We save a doctor who later saves Zhengran's father, allowing her to finally reunite with him. Now, here's the best part, the detail most players missed. The Kaifeng map before and after these quests. We literally changed the world. This is the most powerful feedback a game can offer, the chance to watch the world visibly changed by our own actions. It is a kind of storytelling that belongs only to games, something no movie or novel can truly replicate. When we first walked Zhengran home, the streets are filled with crying and suspicion. By the end of the quests, the streets become lively. People even invite us inside for a chat. By helping a shop reopen, we restore more than business. We restore dignity. By saving a life, we save every future that life will touch. By choosing kindness in the broken world, we prove that it is not beyond hope. Heroes may die, but the spirit of Xia is carried on by us and by many other people like us. By walking the path of Xia, we make the tree immortal and the leaf gold. Thank you for watching. If you like this video, please leave a like as it really helps this channel. Till next time.
Yeah, that was a pretty good story that they had in this game. Or a special event. Too bad it was a special event. I mean, you can still do the quest in the game, but it's not as guided as during the event.
If you think the 9 mortal ways are just scammers, let me show you a very different side. With our new base, I can finally complete the picture. Look, it's a rat. I'll also break down Miss Vale City, the domain beneath the base that reveals their roots in the most unexpected way. Alright, let's unlock this new map.
Oh, here's where I left it. Too much to drink last night. Come on, little stone. Let's go home.
This place is pure chaos in the best way. It's basically a scam.
Kaitlyn06 says,
you walk in and the ride
that was
is
a
getting
wholesome
ripped off.
ending.
The NPCs actually say different things to you based on your sect. I'm a 9 mortal ways and this is what I heard.
Need a guide? Oh, you're one of us. Never mind.
Becca ready? Wanna head out?
What greetings did you get? Please share in the comment section. Okay, you're right, they are scammers. But let's be honest, is that really unusual in the Jianghu? Think about it. 5 minutes into the game, old Jing scams us. 2 steps into Kaifeng, pretty much everyone lies about who they are.
Kaitlyn06
This
says,
is the Jianghu.
Bra picks up a
It's the gray
stone.
zone, a
And
jungle,
what is he on?
a food chain. Just like animals wear camouflage to survive, the 9 mortal ways rely on deception. In Chinese, 9 mortal ways literally means the whole spectrum of society. from saints to rogues and everyone in between. They are an honest reflection of the Jianghu. But here's the important part. Scamming is how they survive, not who they are. They impersonate every other sect in the game, but never the Silver Needles, because fake doctors can cost lives. Need help? They'll gladly give you everything they have, down to the last coin. You don't see this level of generosity even in Blissful Retreat. What's more, they teach you how to make money from other sects. Inkbound Order are the easiest to pickpocket. Velvet Shade buys secret intel. Silver Needles pay for herbs. Raging Tides might even take diluted wine. And the Well of Heavens? They are partners in crime for robbing the rich. Out there, deception is a weapon, but in here, it's training. If you manage to steal from them, they even praise you like a proud elder brother. After you complete all 10 scams, you graduate from their program and they treat you as one of them.
You're one of us now. We talked and we'll record your merit. Bump you up in the sect.
Thank you, elders.
That's it from us. But remember one thing. Stay sharp out there. The tricks in the Jianghu are way nastier than ours.
He sounds like a mafia guy.
One thing really interesting about them is they're the only sect that asks for nothing when you join. Every other sect wants credentials. The Velvet Shade wants style. The Silver Needles want medical skill. The Midnight Blades want proven fighters. The Nine Mortal Ways? Nothing. No partner, no money, better PvP, still welcome. They literally trick you into joining. And honestly, if you fall for it, maybe you do need some anti-scam lesson from them, so joining might not be the worst idea. The Nine Mortal Ways is tied to rats, but why? This disciple tells us the story. The Khitans once called them rats because they are impossible to wipe out. What was meant as an insult became their symbol. They're not shamed by it. They claimed it. This is the strength of the survivors. Unlike some other sects, the Nine Mortal Ways have no backing from powerful figures. You might think, of course, they are the beggars sect. But that's where many people are mistaken. Unlike a typical beggar sect in wuxia stories, the Nine Mortal Ways don't rely on the mercy of others. They sell umbrellas, they make shoes, they stand on their own feet. In fact, they are the opposite of beggars. This disciple travels all the way to Heavenfall Crossing just to offer free shoes to refugees. Another saves the victims of the Ghost Revelry Hall. Yes, they may be the underdogs, but they carry the heart of a nobleman. This sect is not about min-maxing benefits. Xuechou is a good example. Have you wondered what happened to his face? When he was 6, his mother sold him as food to another family. When he tried to run away, the buyer pressed his face against a red-hot pan, leaving permanent scars. Zhu Yousheng, the founder of the Nine Mortal Ways, saved him. Years later, when the Khitans invaded, Xuechou joined the Nine Mortal Ways to fight alongside them. He later saved 3 orphans who would become the Dao Lord we know today. In an encounter, Xuechou asked us to check what the kids want to drink at the banquet. Small moments like this show that this sect is not a hierarchy. It is a family.
Finally! Rough out there, huh? Home's better.
Nine Mortal Ways is the youngest among all sects. 16 years ago, when the Khitans invaded Kaifeng, guess who stepped up? The scammers. The rats. They led civilians into hiding in the Ghostlight Market. Someone had to bring order to the chaos, so Zhu Yousheng founded the Nine Mortal Ways. The Khitans kidnapped Kaifeng residents, including the parents of Hong Si. To save his parents, he betrayed the sect and sided with the Khitans. He founded the Unbound Cavern, which I'll talk about in my next video. Xuechou, a natural strategist, came to help, but even he did not predict Hong Si's betrayal. Just when things looked desperate, Zhu Yousheng opened the forbidden gate between life and death. a group of disciples chose to walk straight into the poisonous mist, turning themselves into spectral soldiers, unfeeling, undying weapons of war. The founder's name means bless the living. He died doing exactly that. Today, they are still marching. They are the reason why the Ghostlight Market only opens 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. If you teleport here outside these hours, say at noon, your clock will be adjusted. That is to protect you from the soldiers. You can never guess how this domain is tied to the Nine Mortal Ways. This layer is likely the ruins of Kaifeng at the end of Tang Dynasty. By this layer, I mean there's another layer beneath. The layered design is very much intentional because archaeologists have found at least 6 layers of Kaifeng City, each rebuilt by a different dynasty.
Wow.
Yes, that is the layered city ruins where we fought the Tao Lord. In the real world today, all of this sits right beneath the real Kaifeng City. What destroyed Kaifeng so many times? Flooding. Each time flooding destroyed Kaifeng, people rebuilt it right on top of the old ruins. But why not move the capital somewhere safer? Because Kaifeng controlled river traffic. Before railroads, canal transportation was the lifeline of an economy. The Grand Canal links the Yellow River with all major waterways in the Central Plains, making Kaifeng the irreplaceable center of river transportation. That's why, even after 1,000 years and countless rebuilds, the central axis of the city never moved an inch. This is unique in world history. What exactly happened here? The culprit is the Yellow River. An angry mother river, it carries 1.6 billion tons of sediment downstream each year, which naturally deposits and raises the riverbed. Over time, the riverbed can end up as much as 10 meters higher than the surrounding land. This is called the Cascading Waters. When the Tang Dynasty collapsed, government maintenance of the river stopped. The Cascading Waters poured down from 3 stories high and turned Kaifeng City into the ruins we see here. Unlike other Dark Souls domains, if you die and restart, the soldiers you've killed do not respawn. This is a deliberate design choice. You're not farming enemies, you're putting their souls to rest. Forever. As we go deeper down, we travel backwards in time. This layer comes from the Warring States period, when Kaifeng was the capital of the Wei state. The Qing state was conquering every other country to unify China for the first time. Even before the city fell, loyalty showed up in the most ordinary people. A butcher and a gate clerk from Kaifeng chose death rather than submit to Qing's rule. Soon after, Qing started attacking Wei. Qing flooded Kaifeng for months, until the city walls collapsed. The silent villagers here are the victims of the flood. Their hatred poisoned the river. The grass knot was woven to pacify the hatred of the dead. Once we obtain it, we become immune from the poison. After floods came plague, symbolized by these giant rats. Desperation led to human sacrifice, hence these urns. Yes, you guessed right. They contain human flesh, still moaning and stirring inside. Breaking them reunites flesh and soul of the victims and gives them peace. If we then carry the grass knot back up, this soul here plays a lonely erhu melody, like giving the victims a solemn funeral. How does this domain tie to the Nine Mortal Ways? Remember the butcher and the gate clerk? To force the butcher to betray his master, the Qing emperor locked him in the cage with a tiger. This butcher roared so fiercely that the tiger collapsed at his feet, too terrified to move. Both heroes chose death over betrayal. Their portraits hang right here in the Nine Mortal Ways main hall. They are honored as spiritual ancestors. So this is the truth about the Nine Mortal Ways, buried deep in the 1,000-year-old ruins beneath their base. Yeah, they send fake red envelopes, but they give their lives to protect the city. They pull pranks, But they never turn away an orphan. They are the real Jianghu, a family where drifters can have a place to call home. If you enjoyed this video, I highly recommend that you check out my River Master video. It will help make everything click. Thank you for watching.
Kitelin06
Wow.
says,
I did not
"Honestly,
know
the
that
details
about
put into
the...
this game is insane."
Yeah, the stuff they put in this game, the story is amazing. It's like, wow. Now I really want to stay in... I have my characters in the 9 Mortal Ways. Because I kind of just chose it because I like the outfit. So she's in the 9 Mortal Ways right now. It makes me feel like I want to stay in this sect because they're kind of cool. They're like the underdogs that take care of everybody else. So, I don't know. That's rough. Such a long story and history to them. I don't know how she gets so much out of this game. I guess she reads everything. I play it, but I mean, I read the dialogue that they give me, but she's probably reading all these books and stuff that they give you. Like, what is it? There's all these books and stuff. I bet she's reading it, and then also probably connecting the dots with real world events. Like, oh my god, look at all these books. Holy cow. I can't possibly read all that. I just don't have the patience to put it all together. That's why I like watching those lore videos. Just that explains things for you. Otherwise, things that you miss. Yeah, this game is massive in terms of like the story and stuff they put into it. All of these sects, they have like history that's related to like the Well of Heaven, Silver Needle, Midnight Blades. We saw the 9 Mortal Ways.
All the puzzle pieces together.
The Velvet Shade is kind of like this what are they? They're like entertainers, the court entertainers, but they're kind of like assassins, and they kind of like manipulate the court. And then the mass troop, we saw a video about the mass troop. They're like the remnants, I guess, of the Tang Empire that were like musicians and stuff. So yeah, I know. Yeah, these lore people who play these games, they love digging into this and just piecing it all together. Me, I just want to run around and hit things. So the Velvet Shade we talked about, they're like these court entertainers, courtesans, I guess. And then the mass troop, we saw that video about them being like I guess, the remainders of the Tang Dynasty who were taught music and stuff. Let's see. I haven't seen anything about the Midnight Blade, but we just talked about the 9 Mortal Ways, which I'm in right now. I joined their sect. Kind of by accident. But yeah. I like the outfit. And then I guess, let me see if I can find something about the Midnight Blades. Maybe she has a video on it. No, let me see all of her videos. We saw the Mass Troop one. We saw the 9 mortal ways. Let's see. Let me see. Watch another video. This is kind of like a background video. Kind of puts things into perspective. So let me watch that one. This is like her first video.
Where Winds Meet is a free-to-play game set during a real period in Chinese history. The story is well crafted, but very intricate. I actually had to dig into some Chinese history myself, just to make sense of it. So, in this video, I want to share some key background and walk you through the storyline. The Bright Tide storyline follows the MC from Qinghe to Kaifeng and will be the topic of this video. My next video will talk about the Dark Surge stories, which focus on a legendary assassin named Tian Ying. So the story takes place during the 50 years between the fall of the Tang Dynasty and the rise of the Song Dynasty, from 907 to 960. It was a wildly chaotic era. In the north, 5 short-lived dynasties took turns ruling the old imperial heartland. That's why the period is called 5 Dynasties, or Wu Dai. Meanwhile, in the south and west, 10 smaller regional kingdoms were doing their own thing, which is where the name 10 Kingdoms come from, or Shi Guo. Up north, beyond the Yanyuan region, the nomadic Khitans ruled. Their state was known as Liao. Yanyuan is about 16 crucial frontier regions standing between the Khitans and the Chinese. Think of it as a high ground checkpoint that includes big modern-day cities like Beijing and Tianjin. Control it and you get a massive defensive war. Lose it and the Khitans get a straight downhill push all the way to the heartland of the Chinese civilization. One major event from this time was 936, when Shi Jingtang, a general under the later Tang, launched a rebellion. He made a secret deal with the Khitans. They'd help him seize the throne, and he'd give them Yanyuan. That deal alone was shocking enough, but he even addressed the Khitan emperor as dad, despite being 10 years older. This is how Shi Jingtang founded the later Jin dynasty. He only ruled for 6 years before he died, but China paid a huge price for his betrayal. The fall of Yanyuan was a game changer. It opened the door for the Khitans to swallow the entire later Jin, and China wouldn't recover Yanyuan for another 400 years. Soon after Shi Jingtang took power, the Khitans made their move. They marched on the later Jin Empire, leading to the tragic Battle of Zhongduqiao. The name Zhongduqiao means Middle Crossing Bridge. Wang Qing was a respected general of the later Jin dynasty. He hatched a bold plan against the Khitans. Leading a small vanguard unit ahead into enemy territory, he expected the main army to follow. But it never came. In a shocking betrayal, his senior officer surrendered. Undeterred, Wang Qing and his men fought to the last, but the heroism couldn't stop the fall. The defeat at Zhongduqiao brought the later Jin dynasty to an end, and the Liao emperor seized the throne. All the above are real history. Back to the game, Wang Qing will become a key figure in the main story. The general's shrine in Qinghe is dedicated to him. After the tragic battle of Zhongduqiao, Wang Qing's adopted son, Jiang Yan, rescued the baby from the battlefield, and that baby becomes RMC. To avoid the Orient Pavilion, or AP, Jiang Yan hid in Qinghe and changed his name to Jiang Wulang. His original name, Yan, means the river is calm, and Wulang means no waves. So both mean the same thing. There's a popular fan theory that Wang Qing might be the MC's biological father. If that were true, Jiang Yan would technically be both the MC's adoptive elder brother and adoptive father/uncle. 3 years before the main story, Jiang Yan received a letter from Grand Minister Wei Daoji, another real historical figure. According to the letter, in South China, the kingdom of Southern Tang was facing a crisis called Green Puppet, basically WWM's version of a biohazard outbreak. Wei asked Jiang Yan to help resolve the crisis and also rescue Tianying, so Jiang Yan left Qinghe for Southern Tang. Fast forward, now it's been 16 years since the Battle of Zhongduqiao. When the main story begins, we visit Jiang Yan's old house and immediately get jumped by some veiled guy. I mean, come on, Jiang Yan, that disguise is just as obvious as the fake name that you picked. Anyway, Uncle Jiang doesn't hurt us. He just takes our jade and disappears. After that, we head back to Blissful Retreat and meet Auntie Han. On the surface, she runs the place, but her real identity is a water lady, a master of disguises. She works with Tian from the Evercare Clinic. The clinic secretly performs plastic surgeries to turn volunteers into spies who can infiltrate the Khitans. But remember, this was the same era as the Holy Roman Empire. Medical tech was still very limited. The surgeries had a high failure rate. Even so, tons of Jianghu volunteers were willing to risk their lives. And if the surgery failed, they chose to live underground forever to protect the secret. Honestly, like many players, I thought they were enemies when I first entered the dungeon. Turns out, they're actually heroes who gave everything. Because of this secret operation, Auntie Han has a list of everyone who underwent surgery. That's one more reason why the AP is after her. After that, we run into Yi Dao. Dao literally means Chinese broadsword. He was sent by Chu, Auntie Han's ex-boyfriend. Chu, Jiang Yan, and Wang Qing were all members of Well of Heaven, and they all fought in the Battle of Zhongduqiao, so it's pretty likely that the three of them are hiding some secret concerning us. Yi Dao once saved Chu in Blackwater City. Chu was badly wounded and fell into the Yellow River and was presumed dead. That same night we met Yi Dao, the AP attacked Heaven's Pier and burned down the entire village. We all got trapped inside Qianye's illusion, unable to escape. Ruby squeezed through a small cave and helped everyone get out, but she sacrificed her life in the process. Yi Dao also died, protecting us in the final fight against Qianye. I especially love how this tragic ending is delivered so quietly through the words of a village bard. The Bright Tide tale is a great warm-up, but things get way more intense once we reach Kaifeng. My next video will cover the dark search stories in Qinghe, so stay tuned.
Lots of spoilers if you're not playing the game. But I played so that's her interpretation of the story. Somebody else also did a lore video that it's mostly the same, I think. I saw that one. So Kaifeng. Alright. This is a well, don't watch this if you want to play the story. Kaifeng's story is very well, it's interesting.
The main story has been a visual and action feast, Absolutely unbelievable for a free-to-play game. The reveal of Yin Ying being the Ember of East, Big Zhao being the Emperor, and the lovely little girls being the Dao Lord was just epic. But with all that going on, a lot of players still have questions about the lore. So in this video, let's go through everything clearly. First, geopolitics. At the end of the Wu Dai Shi Guo era, southern China was still super fragmented. Southern Tang had poured all of its resources into constant wars against neighboring kingdoms, and the economy was falling apart. Meanwhile, Northern Song was conquering the south, one kingdom after another,
Kaitlin06 says,
and the much weaker
XD
Southern
haha, I
Tang
don't plan on
knew
playing
they
it
were
anytime
next.
soon, and my memory ain't.
Second,
That great so ill
money.
forget most likely.
Back then, the idea of money was completely different from now. A coin had to be valuable on its own. It needed to be made from precious metal like copper,
Yeah,
silver, or
that's
gold.
one benefit of having bad memory.
Europe used these coins all the way till the 18th century. Globally, the earliest shift from coins to paper money happened in China during the Song dynasty in the 11th century. Because the value came from the metal itself, not from the dynasty that minted it. And because dynasties were rising and falling so quickly during the chaotic Wu Dai Shi Guo era, people used coins from different dynasties all the time. Southern Tang's problem. On top of a falling economy, Southern Tang was desperately short on copper too. So they started producing iron coins, which had almost no value. It was the ancient version of printing money after years of war debt. Hyperinflation hit hard. So Southern Tang came up with a plan. They worked for the Dao Lord to smuggle the worthless iron coins into Song. They wanted the Northern Song government to exchange these Tang coins with valuable copper coins. If the government does that, Song would have to spend their war budget and would have less money left to spend on fighting Southern Tang. But something happened that they did not expect. The Kaifeng prefect, Zhao Guangying, decided to directly confiscate all iron coins from the people. To the commoners, these were their property. But Zhao Guangying believed that unifying China was more important. However, the person carrying out this plan, Lord Shu, was secretly replaced by the god of avarice, sent by the Orient Pavilion. Lord Shu was cruel to the people. The Orient Pavilion wanted to create chaos in Song and turn the people against their own government. The Orient Pavilion served Li Zuo, the master of dream puppets, who is not aligned with the current Southern Tang Lord. I will talk about that faction in a different video. Here's a quick summary so far. We have the ordinary people who just want to survive. We have the Southern Tang Lord, also known as Shimmer of South, who wants to push hyperinflation into Song and drain their war funds. We have Zhao Guangying, who believes short-term pain is worth it for long-term peace. And we have the Orient Pavilion, which simply wants to cause trouble. From Southern Tang's point of view, Zhao Guangying's confiscation policy ruined their plans. It did not drain Song's war budget. On top of that, Southern Tang still had to pay huge amounts of tribute to the Song in gold and silver, which their collapsing economy could not handle. Right when things looked hopeless for Southern Tang, the Ember of East stepped onto the stage. She was a master of illusion, but after losing a power struggle in Weiyang City, she needed the Simmer of Clouds to help her fight back. So she proposed using her illusions to create a fake gold-making vessel. How does this vessel help? First, Southern Tang could use it to pay tribute instead of real gold or silver. Second, if both the Song government and the Song people believed the vessel worked, then the people would pressure the authorities to exchange iron coins to copper ones. That would defeat Zhao Guangying's confiscation policy. 3rd, at the Heroes' Assembly, the Emperor of East performed that dramatic scene where coins poured out of the vessel. She then arranged for the vessel to be stolen. With the vessel gone, she now had a reason to explain why so many Tang coins suddenly appeared in Northern Song. Those Tang coins were then handed out to the poor like real currency, and the Dao Lord made sure that there was a black market where people could spend the money. This entire scheme was carried out with help from 4 people. Feng Yi, who controlled the river routes that transported grain. Zheng E, who stole Shen Yilun's identity and managed the granaries. Mu Rongyuan, the shipbuilding genius, and the Dao Lord, who ran the ghost market. Now that the vessel was missing, Sun Tang had a perfect reason to stop paying tribute. And after Mu Rongyuan blew up the giant flagship, Song now lost food, weapons, and money, everything it needed for the war. Southern Tang successfully bought time and delayed the invasion. But this raises another question. Why did these 4 people turn against Song? First, Feng Yi. Because Song focused on developing the south, trade also moved south, and his northern river routes lost business. His men starved. He also believed that his wife, Zhu Yu, had been killed by Song agents. So when Emperor of East offered food to feed his brothers, he joined immediately. Zheng E. Zheng E grew up in a wealthy family. During a famine, he shared food from his family's granary to save his friend, Shen Yilun. But Shen Yilun's older brother got greedy and ended up killing Zheng E's entire family. That destroyed him. Later, he was infected with dream puppet poison, and Zhu Yu saved his life. When she died under suspicious circumstances, Zheng E also suspected the Song agents. The final blow was when the government seized his family land and gave it to the bandit. With nothing left to lose, Zheng E chose revenge. Emperor of East helped him kidnap Shen Yilun, and on Han helped with the disguise. Zheng E took Shen's identity so he could move the military rations out. Mu Rongyuan. She was a descendant of the Tang royal family. Her father, Li Yun, rebelled against Zhao Guangying. Before battle, he asked his old comrade, Mu Rongyuan Zhao, to take care of his daughter. But ironically, Mu Rongyuan Zhao was ordered by Song government to crush the rebellion. So Mu Rongyuan blamed him for her father's death. She captured him and even poisoned him. But Emperor of East approached her and convinced her that Northern Song was the real enemy, so she destroyed the war fleet. The Dao Lord. The Dao Lord was actually 3 children named Little Fu, Little Lu, and Little Shou. These are common blessings in Chinese culture, each meaning fortune, prosperity, and longevity. The Dao Lord hated how the authorities treated the common people and wanted to help the poor. Put all these motives together and you get the chain reaction we see in Kaifeng's story. The increase of Tang coins made Lord Shi's crackdown more brutal, which made the people even more angry. The Shimmer of South even wrote a protest song to fuel the movement. But we are the Xia. We are the voice of the people. We stand up for the weak and take down the god of avarice in that epic battle. The Emperor of East had a change of heart during the story. After bonding with Granny Turtle and seeing how much the people suffered, she decides to turn against the Shimmer of South. She introduces the idea of paper money to Emperor Zhao. Paper money would completely solve the copper shortage. The government would not need to confiscate coins anymore, and the ordinary people would finally have money to spend. After seeing the suffering firsthand, Big Zhao also chooses to put the people before the war and opens the treasury for them. Congrats on making it this far in the game. We finally got an ending that makes everyone happy, at least for now. In my next video, I'll tell the story of the Song Emperor, Big Zhao, in real history.
It's a very complicated story, and I still don't understand it. But
老天保佑，来年风调雨顺，稻谷丰收。
anyway, let's see. Back to the game. Let's see. Let's buy these resonating melodies. Oh, don't have enough coin. Should we do these today?
Kaitlin06 says,
Yes, we could do that.
I'm glad I'm not alone in that regard.
We could do our wrestling. Yeah, it's complicated even if you're playing it. If you're not even playing the game, you're like, who are these people? I've never met them before. I don't even remember when they're mentioned like once, you know, so. Let's see. We could do our wrestling. I don't really want to do that. Let me do some bonus. Page. So it's gonna be what? Students Guild. People are not doing their guild stuff. Heroes Realm. Maybe tonight. Party is tonight. Showdown, Canadian Freaking Armies, weekend. Alright. Season. What's going on with season? The weekly login pack. Okay. Oh, nice. Claim all. Okay, season. Claim all. Oh, we got Wish. Wish, 2 wishes. Interesting. Alright. Weekly. Okay. Wow. Okay. Confusing. Season shop. Let's buy our stuff from the season shop. We can buy our Lingering Melody. Alright, let's buy the Howling Ore. Oscillating Jade. Yaoi Notes. Notes. Martial Art Custom Tips. Martial Art Custom Tips. 6 skill breakers. Who's making those noises? Oh. Is it here? That's freaky. That's very freaky. Alright, items, buy Melody. Offers. Let's see. Don't need life supplies. We want to get these. Buy these books, buy these books, these books. 342, not enough for an outfit. What outfit to get next? Maybe this one? This one looks kind of plain. Yeah, probably the Chasing Red, although I'm not a huge fan. Okay. It is what it is. Alright. Perky Perch. Oh, you could buy a bird for 10 bucks, 11 bucks. This is the mouse hat from the Downlord girls. Okay, I don't need any of those. Okay, let's go take a picture. Oops. Stop. Let's take a picture. Okay, so we'll do the picture taking event. Where is this picture taking event? Here. Heartfelt snapshot. Oops, suppressing. In years past, Anhan would prepare money to ward off evil spirits during the festival, hoping for a safe and healthy year, but it's not the money that protects you, it's family. Today's the day to go back to the Blissful Retreat and be with them as the new year begins, okay? Okay, let's go back to Blissful Retreat. Let's remove our mount. Nice. Going to here. Not too messy, even after all this.
Huh?
It's on this table. A red envelope. New Year's money. Han, why isn't this? It's for giving out. Oh. So how come you've got money for others but not for me? For others? How do you know it's for others? Capture a moment with Anhan. Oh. Anhan, I miss you. Let's see. It's a nice pose. My sword. Not this. Like this? Why am I... Oh, I'm that much taller than her? Okay. That's nice-ish. Nope. No. Nope. Leisure. Maybe this was it? This is nice. In front of the... Okay. Oh, because I'm on the chair. Standing on the chair. Okay, that's better. Thought I had this pose. Why do they put you on the chair? It's just weird. I want to be closer to her. But the stupid chair is in the way. Look at the chair. The chair is here. Why would they... Now I'm blocking the mirror. Okay. Okay, that's good. Why are you gonna make it so difficult? I'm all the way over
Kaitlin06
here.
says. XD.
Please? Maybe the other one. Not leisure. This one? You know? Why would you put it in front of the chair? It's like, oh, stand by me for a picture. And then like there's a chair there, ma'am. Alright, let me see the gaze. Manual adjust. I want to look at Aunt Han. There we go. I miss you, Aunt Han, even though you're like about my age. It's kind of strange. Oh no! No, no, look at camera. Alright, it's good enough. That's nice. I don't know about all this blur though. What, manual adjustment. Where's the eye? Yeah, there we go.
Kaitlin06 says.
Alright, let's just take it.
Making sure you're a foot taller. Does the character have an ego complex?
Save image. Upload to gallery. It's the game. It's the game being weird. All right, let me get a little poem for this. All right. I am playing. Come on, let me type. This thing. I am playing Where Winds Meet. I am in blissful retreat at Aunt Han's house. Aunt Han and I are standing in front of her dressing table. Dressing table? Which has is that a makeup mirror? A large makeup mirror on it. We are facing the camera, her with her right hand on her hip, me with my left hand over my heart. I am looking fondly at her, remembering her. In the game, she has disappeared, and I am trying to find her. This is a memory, not reality. I would like a poem to commemorate the moment and a title for the poem. The poem and picture will be used as the title and description for my photo, which is going into my game gallery. Make the title less 20 characters fewer. Make the description poem 100 characters or fewer. Make the title a combination of English and Chinese. English. Wait, and poem where the Chinese is first and the English translation second. The total characters for the title. Chinese characters and English is 20 characters long. The total characters for the description, 100 characters. All right. What are they gonna cook up? Aunt Shade. What's it called? Aunt Shade. What is Aunt Shade? All right. Wow. I don't know about that. In the mirror, her light stays. My hand guards her fading shade. What? I don't like the word shade. Seems kind of shady. Aunt Light. Oh, okay. Aunt Light. There's a lot of light in this picture. There it goes. There we go. Aunt Light. In the mirror, her light remains. My hand guards her gentle name. Hopefully the translation's not all bad. Maybe I will be highlighted in the game promotions. I don't know where my description went. Of course I like this. Alright. Well, that's cool. That's my wonderful artwork. Alright, captured a moment with Anhan. These are nice events, because you get to meet the characters again that you haven't seen in a while. I like it, actually. Photo taking. Heartfelt snapshot. Alright, let's go. Wait, did I not submit it? No way! Oh no! No! Sheesh. I didn't submit it. Oh, jeez. Alright. Well, I'll just recreate it. Is this one? Which one looks better? No. Oh, it was this one. Yeah, it was this one. Should I be closer? Forget it. If I'm taller, I'm taller. I want to be closer. Alright. Oh, 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 oh. Don't block the mirror. The mirror is pretty. Oh, God, stop moving. Alright. No, look at her. Yeah, look at her. Look at her. Look at her. Look at her. Ah, yeah. Yes, good. Nice. Alright. This is good. Oh, I had to do this. Wait. Oh, it is sunny. What? Dude, you're the one who set up the setting. Why do I have to change the weather? Oh, alright. Hold on a second. My mouse is acting up. Okay. Sunny. What? Alright, now it's sunny. Let me change the time of day. It's kind of dreary. Time of day. Let's make it daytime. Is it daytime or maybe nighttime is more sunset? Nah, nighttime is more I don't know, nostalgic. Let's center this a little better. That's good. Okay. That's good. Alright, now we take the photo. Save the image. Here we submit it. Is it submitting? Oh, don't give me this problem again. Okay, it's submitted. Good. Upload to gallery. Alright. Hello. Alright. We'll delete the other post and we'll put this post in. I like this poem. My hand guards a gentleman. It's kind of literal. Sure. So I gotta delete this one, I guess. I'll delete it. Alright, nice. This one was very nice. Love this guy. Alright. Off we go. Oh, we're from Anhan. Anhan's letter to you. Are our honored guests happy with the gifts? You're always looking forward to the new year, but it means busy times for me. Can't you behave just a little, even during the new year? No matter how busy I am, I've got my eye on you. Don't get into trouble. Be home early for dinner. If it was meant for me, then you should have handed it to me yourself. Still, since I've taken this ghost money on Han, I'll consider you spending New Year's with me.
这道菜麻烦得很，成日过年都爱吃这个，挑倒是挑得很。还有，给你备了点糕点，免得守岁的时候又喊饿。至于新年的愿望，我早许了。我还能许什么？和往日一样，许你好好待在不羡仙，平平安安就成。
Okay, sure. Alright, let's go take a picture there. Catch a moment, another moment. Heal you. Another boat. Should go on the boat. Alright, let's go on the boat. Nope. Well, no, let me take the photo first. Let's do the photo real quick. It's over here. Take photo. Okay, sure. Sure, I don't know about this pose though. What's this pose? Gaze afar. Maybe... I'll put myself on the boat. Let's get in the boat. Alright. It's kind of goofy. Should I play some music? Play music like this? Okay. Yeah. This is nice. Alright, we'll just take a picture here. Save image. We'll submit. Confirm. Okay. Okay. Now I'm standing on a small boat in the waters around Blissful Retreat. The Blissful Retreat tower is in the distance. Actually, it's a pagoda, right? It is a sunny blue sky day outside. Give me a poem and title like the previous photo. Okay. Blue sky. Sure. Upload to gallery. On bright waters I drift alone, the pagoda rests in endless blue. Sure. 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 Alright, let's view it. Let's like it. Oh, I can't like it yet. It's not submitted. Process, process. Process, please. It's a perfectly valid photo. Nice. Alright. Now we go to the boat. Now we go to the boat. Let's go to the boat. Mirage boat.
Yeah, so Inuyasha is half brother, right?
That dude's got all the drip, man.
Yeah, he turns into a giant wolf.
I was actually gonna make him in this game, but I didn't have a crescent moon tattoo, so I gave up.
I made my other
There is a
character
crescent
look like that,
moon
but
tattoo.
No, they just added it. I seen that, and I'm like, God damn it.
You can switch. You can like switch, rearrange your face and shit.
Yeah, I
Switch
know.
teams.
I just
You
don't
can
want to
switch genders,
spend.
too.
Okay, guys. Don't need to talk to you. You're ruining my immersion. You're ruining my immersion. Alright. Oh. I'm living life in the Jianghu, and now people are talking about making Inuyasha characters in the game. Let me sit down. Look at this horsehead guy, or lady. Hey, let me sit down. Please, I want to earn more points. Please, forget it. Alright, maybe you'll do some activity then. Leon. Help me, let me play. Let me play. Get me on the ladder. Stabilize, people.
Kaitlin06 says, game says no sitting for you, lol.
Yeah. Those benches, if you sit on the bench, you get accelerated points gathering, but it's buggy, so sometimes it won't let you sit. I guess it's a visual error. It means it must be full. But sometimes it doesn't look full, and you still can't sit down. This game has so many things you could do in it. Like, you could get on this Mirage boat, hang out. You could do that all day if you wanted. Well, whenever the boats are around. Play games on the boat. You go play mahjong. You could play Madiao cards. You could play wrestling. You could do like trivia quizzes. You got so much stuff in this game. Like, I barely do any of it because I'm so busy doing all my dailies. Oh, jeez, come on, guys. No, let me on. I mean, I think the people who are playing casually and don't care about progressing too much, they're like chilling and stuff, hanging out in the boat, chatting with other people. Come on, accelerate my... Okay, they're getting their life. Oh, this guy was the one that made us fall down. You suck. Let's see. Let's see if we can sit down. Look at this, plenty of spaces. Let me sit down. Let me sit down. Let me sit down. Hey. Hey, boy. So might as well do something on the boat. If you do activities on the boat, you get accelerated point gathering, supposedly. So I'll do a little bit. rope was blocking my face. Oh, balance. Oh, shoot, balance. Doesn't have any audible notification when you're supposed to balance, so you get surprised. Okay, 37 seconds. No, not right now. I don't think I want to do wrestling. Wrestling's too competitive. I'm not a real competitive kind of guy. I hate losing. Thank you guys. We need a thank everyone button. It's full again. This one's not full, right? Come on. Let me sit down, please. Yay! MD has like. Alright. Well, since I'm idling, maybe we can watch a video, another video. Alright, let's see. Swap game scene to the Brave browser. Horizontal. What is going on? Okay. The real emperors and Werewolves meet.
A lot of people were surprised to find out that Big Zhao is a real historical emperor. But here's something even crazier. The game has at least 4 real emperors who play a major part in the story. In this video, we'll talk about 3 of them. All 3 emperors genuinely cared about the common people. Chai Rong and Zhao Kuangying were born as commoners themselves. They knew what suffering looked like. So why did they still want to invade Southern Tang? Were they just power-hungry warlords pretending to be nice? An in-game encounter, the Winter Gambit, tells us the truth. They have no choice. Let's try to understand why. Assume we are Chai Rong. We just became the emperor of later Zhou. Too bad for us, by now Yan Yun is already lost to the Khitans. The Khitans were like the Vikings of the East, fierce raiders who plundered cities. In the game, the Forsaken Corner used to be a bustling place before the Khitans invaded Kaifeng. Without Yan Yun as a natural fortress, the entire central plain is exposed. As Chai Rong, the protector of the people, we have to take Yangyun back. Now, strategy. Plan A. Fight Liao head-on. We launch a northern campaign and fight them there. Simple, right? Except they worked with Northern Han to cut off our supply routes from here. Okay then, let's look at Northern Han, modern-day Taiyuan. Taiyuan looks like this. I mean, wow. How do you conquer that? And also, Taiyuan's been reinforced many times as a key fortress for over 1,000 years. It's huge, self-sustaining, expensive to siege, and not even that economically valuable compared to the rich south. Fine, then let's conquer Northern Han first, before we take on Liao. But Chiron only controls a fraction of the land the Tang Dynasty once had. You simply don't have the resources for 2 massive wars. We need more people and more land. There's also another issue that we hear in Tian Ying's storyline. Southern Tang was teaming up with the Khitans, so we're getting squeezed from both sides. That brings us to Plan B. Unify the south first. Take southern China, build a strong economic base, and then go north. Congratulations! We have arrived at the strategy all 3 emperors in this video follow. In the encounter, Big Zhao debates whether to eat fish, which represents southern Tang, or lamb, which symbolizes the north. In fact, the encounter is based on a real historical event where this plan took shape. So now it makes more sense. They invade southern Tang because they have to, and they push north because they have to. Historically, China never saw peace or prosperity when the land was fragmented. When Zhao Guangyi talks about greater good in the game, he actually means it. Long-term peace versus short-term suffering is exactly the dilemma. Even the universal furnace in CN is called the greater good furnace. In real history, Chiron launched 3 campaigns against southern Tang in just 2 years, capturing 14 prefectures. He even forced the southern Tang emperors to drop the imperial title, so the Shimmer of South can only call himself ruler of Jiangnan. Sadly, Chiron died from a sudden illness after several victories against Liao. He only ruled for 5 years. In the game, he dies at the same time point, but the cause is changed to poisoning, and we're still waiting for future patches to reveal the details. His mission to reclaim Yangyun is real, but the Hanging Sword, the Northern Vow, and Tian Ying are all fictional. Zhao Kuangying. In real history, Zhao Kuangying's rise feels like something out of a wuxia novel. He grew up with nothing. As a kid, he trained in riding and archery in the Shaolin Temple and was always better than the other boys. In the game, there's a fun little encounter based on the real-life folklore. You visit an opera house in Kaifeng, but the arrogant shopkeeper kicks you out. Zhao Kuangying happens to have tickets and invites you inside. The show is a famous Qu Ju, called 1,000 Miles to Escort Jin Yang. The story goes like this. Before Zhao Kuangying became emperor, he rescued a young woman named Jin Yang from a gang of bandits. Then he walked 1,000 miles to escort her home. On the way, he fought off wave after wave of bandits. When she finally reached home, she confessed her love. But Zhao Kuangying turned her down. He did not help her for romance. He did it because of Xia Yi, that code of chivalry in the Jianghu. The story became a classic opera piece that is still performed today, and the game recreated with amazing detail. Back to real history. At 21, Zhao Kuangying started at the very bottom as a foot soldier. When he was 26, Chiron became emperor. That same year, Northern Han and the Khitans launched a joint invasion. Chiron's army almost lost the battle, but Zhao Kuangying went completely fearless. He stormed into the enemy camp on horseback, rallied the troops, and helped turn the entire battle around. When they returned, he was promoted faster than anyone else. Now comes the drama. 5 years later, Chiron died, and his 7-year-old son became emperor. Zhao Kuan-yin spread fake news that the Khitans were invading again, so he had to march out and defend the country. And so, conveniently, he took all the troops with him. Halfway to the front, at a place called Chenqiao, his closest man began whispering to the soldiers, "The emperor's just a kid. He can't rule. We fight for the country, but who will ever know? Why don't we make Zhao Kuan-yin emperor before we get to the battlefield?" The next morning, Zhao Kuan-yin's brother, Zhao Guangyi, and his advisor, Zhao Pu, put on a show. They had the soldiers wrap a yellow imperial robe around Zhao Kuan-yin, while he pretended to be waking up from a drunken sleep. Then everyone knelt and called him emperor. Zhao Kuan-yin acted annoyed and told them, "I never wanted any of this. But if you want to make me emperor, do as I say. When we return to the royal palace, do not frighten the empress dowager or the young emperor. Do not harm the officials. Do not loot the city or the treasury." The soldiers agreed. With full control of the army, Zhao Kuan-yin marched back to Kaifeng and took control of the capital without a single drop of blood. Through a peaceful coup, he founded the Song dynasty at the age 34. Peaceful seems to be his preferred style. To make sure no one could pull the same move on him, he took power away from the generals. At a banquet, he pressured them into giving up their military authority and retiring quietly, instead of, killing them. This was later called taking military power over wine. It kicked off an entire series of reforms to prevent future coups. Domestically, he pushed hard to restore law and order in a chaotic time. He cracked down on corruption, supported farming and silk production, and opened the government to capable commoners. These policies helped China recover from the Wu Dai Shi Guo chaos and enter a time of relative peace. And yes, he really did travel in disguise to see how common people lived. Most emperors only heard flattery, so any ruler who actually goes out and checks the truth earns my respect. Look, he even sleeps on the roof. How many kings or presidents do that? Zhao Guangyi. In real history, Zhao Guangyi was indeed the prefect of Kaifeng at this time. He became emperor right after his brother died. There is still debate on whether his succession was legitimate. Either way, he continued to do all the good things his elder brother did. He completed the ongoing campaigns and reclaimed several regions, but he was a scholar without much battlefield experience, and overall he failed badly in his wars against Liao. That's it for our video today. Thanks for watching, and feel free to leave a comment.
Tianyin's greed. Sounds interesting. Dark Lore.
Welcome back to our Where Winds Meet Law series. If you have explored the side quests in Qinghe, you have probably noticed that Tianyin is a key figure in a lot of them. What does he really want, and how did he become an assassin? Beam of Light. After the Khitans took Yangyun, Tianyin became a homeless refugee. A kind blacksmith in Qinghe adopted him. Back then, his wishes were simple: fill his stomach and have a roof over him. But peace never lasted in Wu Dai Shi Guo. The Khitans wanted more and more land and invaded Qinghe. Tianyin was tricked and kidnapped by bandits. Just as he tried to flee, a Daxia appeared, his sword gleaming like a rainbow as he struck down every bandit. That moment shaped Tianyin's idea of Xia, and the man became the beacon in his heart. Later, when Tianyin rescued Li Zhenzhen from marrying a sick groom poisoned by dream puppet venom, he became a beam of light for her as well. Suppressing self-interest. Tianyin later took refuge at the Palace of Annals. It looked like a luxurious resort, but was actually the secret base of the Hanging Blade. There, he learned about Chai Rong, the emperor of later Zhou, who built the Palace of Annals and the Peace Bell Tower for the refugees from the Yangyun region. Even though ancient Chinese regimes are often seen as despotic, good emperors usually invited ministers and experts to inspect and scrutinize their decisions. This is why Chai Rong founded the Hanging Blade. In the basement of the palace, we find Lucky 17 beside a statue of the Hanging Blade. Huge blades hung above a long, which represents Chai Rong because Rong and Long sound similar. Chai Rong swore that if he ever betrayed his foe, may those blades fall and take the Long's head. Keeping promises no matter what. While exploring the Palace of Annals, you may have noticed that the second floor cannot be reached by stairs. It's hidden by design. On the table lies a dusty thumb ring, a key lore that many may have missed. It references a story called Well-Kept Promise. A nobleman, Ji Zha, once travelled as an envoy. Along the way, he met the Lord of Shu. The Lord admired the sword
Streamulment
Ji Zha was
says,
carrying.
V0
Back then,
and Shane
swords
just
were an
raided the channel
important
with 2
symbol for
viewers.
social status. Ji Zha wanted to gift it to the Lord, but he couldn't do so before his formal duties. After he finished them, he went back to offer his sword.
Streamulment
only
says,
to learn that the Lord of Shu
thank you for
had
following
died.
V0 and
Ji Zha
Shane.
still hung the sword on the tree
Hey
beside
Von
the Lord's
Shane,
grave.
welcome to this.
When
Welcome to the
questioned,
stream.
he said that from the moment he promised in his heart,
V0 and
the
Shane
sword
says,
already belonged to the Lord.
hello.
And death did not change that. This is a famous story from the spring and autumn period in Chinese history. The thumb ring at the palace was also a gift, prepared by Wei Daoji for Chai Rong. But Chai Rong died before receiving it. Just like
V0
Ji
and
Zi,
Shane
Wei
says,
left the ring there
hey.
because his promise remained. Later, we see Tianying follow this example when he
I'm
fulfills
watching
his promise
some,
to Li Zhenzhen by giving her the pair of
Whirlwind's
eyes he once promised
videos.
her, even after her death. 3 pages Tian. Tianying was surprised to learn that the Da Xia who saved him was one of the 6.
Actually, let me switch this. Oh no, that's
V0
that's
and Shane
stuff.
says, I
We'll just
see.
watch this. Yeah, continue watching this video.
Being members of the Hanging Blade, a group that perfectly embodied this idea of Xia Yi. He readily joined them and began his wuxia journey. He was extremely talented in martial arts, but he hated reading. That's why people call him 3 pages Tian. He could not get through more than 3 pages of any book.
Kaitlin06 says, hello, hope having a good day V0 and Shane.
He was willing to become anyone if needed. At
California.
the time, many people sought comfort in Buddhism because of endless wars and social chaos. But as the
V0
Buddhist
and
temples
Shane
burned up
says,
more and more resources,
where you from
they became a
Kenshogo?
burden. They owned massive land but paid no taxes. Many able-bodied men became monks just to avoid labor and live off offerings while commoners starved. Chai Rong even tested them and found that the majority of these so-called monks could not answer basic questions about Buddhism. The temples also used
V0
large
and
amounts
Shane
of bronze
says,
to make Buddha statues.
replying to
Even though bronze was
Kaitlin06,
needed for minting
hello, hope
currency.
having a good
You
day
might
V0
expect an
and
emperor
Shane.
to simply pass
Hello,
a
Ty,
law
so
to
much you
stop
too
this.
D.
But Chai Rong wanted the people to accept the changes willingly. So he worked with Tianying, who created his first fake identity, Miao Shan. Tianying used jade to cast a radiant halo on the tall tower, creating a miracle that boosted his authority as a monk. After performing a
Streamulment says,
a copper coin appeared from the Buddha's
I just
hand.
like
Then
Japanese
people started
culture.
melting the statues to mint coins.
if you
and
ask
trade
about it, I'm
flourished.
going to ban
I
you.
do like Chinese
For
culture
me,
too.
it is amazing to see that good emperors didn't just abuse their power. They came up with creative ways to serve and reassure the people. Second identity, Breeze Post Assassin. As mentioned in my previous video, later
V0
Zhou was
and Shane
sandwiched
says,
between the Khitans and Southern
oh cool,
Tang.
I was
When
thinking that you
Chiron
were
fought
from
the
Japan
Khitans,
XD
most later Zhou
but nice you
forces
are from
were on the northern
California.
front, leaving the heartland defenseless. The Khitan sent an envoy to ally with Southern Tang so they could crush
V0
later
and
Zhou
Shane
from both
says,
sides. Martial
cool.
heroes across Jianghu ambushed to kill the envoy. But Tianying had a better idea. Do not kill the envoy in later Zhou land. Kill him in Southern Tang. That will turn his death into a diplomatic incident, make the Khitans distrust Southern Tang, and tear the alliance apart. For this secret plan, Tianying had to abandon the identity of Miao Shan. He hid the 2 halves of the Buddha-like jade at Bodhi Sea and with Lucky 17. He then sought help only from the best, the lunar goddess. He asked her to escort the envoy across later Zhou safely, reach Southern Tang alive, and then he would kill the envoy there. The lunar goddess was one of many people Tianying had helped out of chivalry. He did not realize
Streamulment says, if you like the stream, be sure to follow so you'll be notified when I go live.
His voice instantly and agreed to help. That meant she had to kill the attacking Jianghu heroes to protect the envoy. After she finished her mission, those heroes felt betrayed and murdered her at her home. Unaware of this, Tianying borrowed the fastest horse in the land, the Night Dew Flying Light, and gifted it to the envoy. The quest shows that he brought 2 horses back to the ranch afterward, because he always kept his promises. When the envoy finally reached Southern Tang on that very horse, Tianying struck. He killed the envoy and successfully planted suspicion between Southern Tang and the Khitans. The Breeze Post incident is based on a real historical event. Southern Tang then shut his borders and unleashed the Orient Pavilion to hunt down the assassin. So Jiang Yan went there to help rescue Tianying. 3 years later, Tianying finally escaped and returned to Qinghe, only to find that Li Zhenzhen had been dead the whole time. Remember that legacy from the spring and autumn period? Just like Jizi, Tianying kept his promise. He asked unfated Tian to help replace Zhenzhen's eyes. In that sense, he carried on the spirit of the Hanging Blade. Third identity, Li Zhongdui. By this time, Yu, the young master, had collected the 2 halves of the Buddha Light Jade and triggered the Halo Peak mechanism, alerting Tianying. Since he worked with Jiang Yan for 3 years in Southern Tang, he likely knew about you. After fighting you, he recognized your martial arts and realized you were the child raised by Jiang Yan. He then used the fight to fake his death and mislead the Orient Pavilion. Time for a new identity. To honor Li Zhenzhen, he took her surname and became Li Zhongdui. Then he left Qinghe once more and headed north into Khitan territory for long-term infiltration. Loyalty for heaven and earth. In the Chinese server, the Palace of Annals is called the Spring and Autumn Palace. Apart from referencing
Streamulment
the
says,
period,
join our Discord to be notified when streams start. https://discord.gg/cxcv6ba2jai.
History be the judge. Tianying followed the same path. When he returned to Qinghe, Chairong was already dead, and later Zhou had become Song. But Tianying's loyalty was never to a ruler or a dynasty. It was to the people, to heaven and earth. No matter who sat on the throne, a true Xia would always act for the people. The price of Xia. To carry out the Breeze Post assassination, the Hanging Blade needed the face-changing technique of Aunt Han. Her lover, Chu Qingquan, was also a member and needed to undergo the surgery. Knowing the fate of the faceless man on the Stillwater shore, Aunt Han could not bear to let him do it. Tianying even tried to drug her at the banquet, so Chu Qingquan could steal her books. Naturally, they had a huge fight. I mean literally, because we can still observe their fight scene at the Peace Bell Tower. Was Aunt Han selfish? Perhaps. But she was still a daxia, because she helped countless people change faces to infiltrate the Khitans. Was Tianying cruel to her and Chu Qingquan? What would you have done in his place? And what does Xia mean to you? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Thank you. Till next time.
I didn't... Wow. The more lore videos it starts to piece together, still lots of things kind of floating around, but they're kind of like patching up the missing pieces. The way this game tells the story is very, very fragmented. Like, you'll do a little quest and you get a very, very small piece of the whole story. And you got to do like a lot of these quests to kind of get all the pieces. But unless you're thinking about it, they don't all fit together. It's just like you do something, you know, like, oh, did you know that Tianying killed this guy in southern, you know, Southern Tang? Like, oh yeah, I kind of heard of that before. But it doesn't all piece together, so yeah, watching these lore videos helps to get an understanding of what the heck is going on. Alright. Well, I am just hanging out on the Mirage boat right now. trying to accumulate some Mirage points for the week. You could do these 4 times a week, and yeah, and beyond that you can't do it, so I'm just gonna head start for the week. This is like the second one for this character. I think the third one for my other character, so I'll do 2 more on this one, and then 1 more on the other one for the whole week. It's interesting in the chat. People are always begging for outfits. It's funny. Oh, there's no... Where's... Oh, it's the world. Okay. Oh, look. Let me try and get this one. Meow. Meow. Can I get it? Meow wow wow. So you could speak, like some of these red envelopes, if it has a microphone on it, you have to say the word, and if you say the word, you get the prize, or get some prize. Oh, cancel. Meow wow wow wow. Oh, come on. Meow woo? Meow woo. No, not now woo. Let's see what these guys are sending. He's not even dancing. Alright. Is this guy dancing? Ooh, what the heck is this? Alright, let me try one more time. More cancel. Meow. Meow. Meow woo? How are you gonna say this? Meow wow? Meow wow? Meow meow wow. Meow wow. Oh, I got it! Look at that! Look at that! Look at that, I got the reward. You didn't think I could get it. I got it. 3 jade right there. Oh, you didn't believe. You didn't believe. Silly little game. Thank you. What is this? Something or something something.
Good job.
现在还来的 something 吗? Sorry, I just woke up. Is it too late? Oh, let me write it in Chinese so they could understand. Chinese. Simplified. Chinese simplified. Yes, I'm done. But it is okay. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, these are in Chinese. Okay. 是的，我做完了。不过没关系 okay. Haven't studied Chinese in a long time. Let me add her as a friend. Alright, what's this? No worries. Misha. How did they get these? These are so cute. Alright. Maybe it's in the store. Let me see. Is it in here? No, it's not in here. How did they get that? How did they get that little icon? I want that. It's so cute. Not here. It's in the store? Let's see, offers. Retro boutique, sex shop, social shop? It's not in here. How do you get that? It's on the season shop. Oh, let me buy all these. Let me buy my season shop stuff. While I'm sitting on the boat, collecting points, might as well buy out my shop stuff. All these. Buy. Okay, money. Let's buy these chests. I'll come. Okay. Buy our books. Buy a scholar gift box. Buy a healer gift box. Custom career gift box. Buy a lingering melody. Items. Buy the lingering melodies. How many wishes do I have? I got 92 wishes on this guy. And on this one, only 37. Cheapo. Oh, I'm not sitting anymore. Why am I not sitting anymore? While we're sitting, let's see if I can make some more money. More. No, no vocal packets. I don't trust these because there's fake ones. And if you open a fake one, sometimes it takes some of your money. Sea Guild. Just some commerce coins. Good. How am I doing on my sect? So 9 Mortal Ways is the Trickster sect. Oh, and I'm dropped to number 6. How come I'm number 6? Number 6? Maybe I should throw out some fake envelopes. Why not? Alright, where's my fake envelopes? Oh, 220. Okay, I'll worry about that later. Where's my fake envelopes? Fun red packet. Let's use wishing everyone a happy and prosperous new wishing everyone a prosperous new year. Exclamation point. Get your fake envelope. Nobody took it? Come on. Come on. Nobody took it. Oh my god. Wow. These guys are too on the ball. Too suspicious. Is this real? It's probably fake. Fighting boss. Okay, that's fine. Nobody opened my red packet. Oh my god, nobody got tricked. I can't believe it. How's my points? Oh, I'm completed. Alright, let's get out of here. Let's do the event then. Let's see. Picture one, right? Heartfelt snapshot. Let's do this. Let's go meet Anhan. Picture with Anhan. What outfit should I wear? I think I should wear the Lunar New Year outfit. I like this outfit, but let's wear the Lunar New Year outfit. That's nice. Let's put the bird on her head. Yeah. What about the hair? I guess I'll use the hair. Okay, just to be traditional. Wait, do I have the stick? Why don't I have the stick? Where's the stick? Oh, the stick was here. Alright. Okay, good. So I have the full Lunar New Year outfit for you, Anhan. Let's see, anything else? Should I wear the hat? Should I wear the hat? That's crazy. And the bird. And I got the bird. The little bird stuck in there. Alright, why not? I earned it. I'll show it off. I'll show Anhan what I've been up to. Just say, what have you been up to since I disappeared? Look, I got a little bird.
Kitelin06 says,
Not too messy even
Aha,
after
the
all this
bird
time.
XD.
What's on this table? You see the bird? He's like nesting in my hat. Oh, look, his head's going left and right. He was moving his head. When I shake. Cute. Han, why isn't this money put away? It's for giving out. So how come the money you've got, huh? So how come you've got money for others but not for me? For others? How do you know it's for others? Oh, Anhan, you shouldn't have. Alright. Alright, I need a pose. Oh, I have to make it sunny. Well, alright. I guess I gotta make you do something, right? Alright, it's sunny. But I think I like the evening. It is evening. Maybe I like the evening. It's kind of nice. The way I like the lighting on her from that angle. What about this angle? Is it sunrise or nighttime? Let's see. Afternoon? Nah, I like this. Alright. Now my pose. What pose should I use? This one? Ooh, okay, okay. Should I move myself a little closer? Let's get closer to Anhan. Hey! Get closer to Anhan. Maybe a little behind her. A little behind her. And where's the fan? Let's hold the fan. Yeah, it's kind of cute. And you can see my face. That's cool. Kind of see the bird. Yeah, the birds look peeping out. Alright. This way, and rotate a little bit. Is this centered? That's centered. That's centered, right? Look at Anhan a little bit. Okay. Oh, you're looking this way. Okay, that's cute. Seductive. Oh, this is perfect. I got the robes. I got the fan peeping out from underneath the tiger helmet, the lion helmet. All right, save that. All right, time for a poem. Time for a poem. In blissful retreat at Aunt Han's house, Aunt Han and I are standing in front of her dressing table. On her dressing table is a large dressing mirror. It is the evening, and there is some golden light from candles in the house. Aunt Han and I are posing, facing the camera. Aunt Han has her right hand on her hip, looking off into the distance. I have a fan, decorative fan. Decorative fan in my right hand over my torso. I am wearing a Lunar New Year robe and outfit in flowing red with pearls. I am wearing a lion dance hat, helmet on my head. My eyes are peering out from the lion's mouth. On the top of my head is my discipleship swallow. He is nesting happily in the lion fur. Write a poetic poem to commemorate the moments. And a title to go with it. I want the title and the poem to be first in Chinese, then with English translation afterwards. The length of the title should be 20 characters max, Chinese and English characters. Oh, ads coming soon. The length of the description / poem should be characters max. Oh my god, it's long. Candle-lit lion oath. Oh my god, this is too long. Let's save image. I'll post it. in my album. Ads are starting, ads are playing. The title is too long, should be 20 characters max. The poem is also too long, should be 100 characters max. Candle Lion? Poem is way too long. Poem is still too long. Make it 100 characters. That's fine. That's way too long. Welcome back from the ads. I'm still putting the poem and the title together. Ooh, it fit. Candle Lion. Candle lit lion eyes, swallow perched, blessings rise. I think I want to make it more nostalgic. So, Aunt Han disappeared. And I am searching for her. So this is a memory, not real. I am missing her. We make the poem more focused on her and her memory. Also, this is Lunar New Year, and we in Aunt Han and I would celebrate together. It is a sore memory to miss her at this time of year. Let's see what they come together. Oh, Miss Han. That's a play on words. Miss Han. Oh my god, this poem is way too long. No, this poem too long. Poem too long. Alright. Make the poem less literal, more poetic. Okay. New Year candles burn, only wind remains in the glass. Okay. Let me see. Explain the title. What do you mean? Oh my god, it's in Chinese. Explain. Explain in English. Missing Aunt Han or think of Aunt Han. Nian. Okay. Nian and then Aunt Han. Okay, so thinking about Aunt Han. Okay. Should I say missing? Should I say miss? Okay. So it's funny because Aunt Han is single. So when you say Miss Aunt Han, it is a play on words, both that she is missing and she is a single female. So she'd be addressed as Miss Ah, I see the clever wordplay now. He did not intend it. The title Nian Aunt Han, Miss Han, works on 2 levels. Emotional sense. Okay, Nian, missing her, thinking of her, capturing your memory, and longing for her. Literal fun. Miss Han is a formal English address because she signals, so it reads like a polite title. It's subtle, bittersweet, and a little playful all at once, perfect for a memory that's tender but also lightly humorous. If you want, we could even tweak the poem in a tiny bit to echo that gentle playfulness without losing the wistful tone. Oh, yes, please try. Perfect. Here's a version that keeps the wistful Lunar New Year memory but hints at the playful Miss Han pun. Okay. That's true. Oh, okay. Candlelight flickers, alone she smiles in the glass. Okay. The poem focuses on her presence in memory. Okay, so these 2 characters... these 2. Alone she smiles, suddenly nods to her being single, the pun on miss while keeping it poetic and gentle. Okay, alone, okay. Alright, kind of. Okay, if you like, I can try 2 to 3 more ultra short variations to keep the pun and Lunar New Year feeling, but push the emotional depth even more. Ooh, yeah, let's try that. Yeah, give it a shot. Pretty amazing what AI can do. Right, here are 3 ultra short variations keeping under 100 characters, blah blah blah. Candlelight shadows smile alone, she lingers in the new year. Okay. Red candles sway, her lone smile as before. Okay. Candlelight flickers, her solo smile greets the new year. All 3 hint at her being alone, the miss pun, celebrate her memory, and tie to Lunar Year without being literal. If you want, I could try one that adds a swallow or lion helmet subtly tie back to your original festive memory. That could make it feel even richer. Yes, you could try. That's a lot to pack in there. Yeah, give it a try. Great. Here's a version that subtly brings in the swallow and lion helmet from your memory, keeping it short, poetic, and under 100 characters. Okay. Okay, this is better. This is better. I like it. Candlelight on lion fur. That's lion fur. Swallow perches. She smiles alone. That's... dang. In these 8 characters, this is all this? Wow. No way. Holy cow. Wow. Okay. So the first 4 characters mean candlelight on lion fur, and then these next 2 characters mean swallow perches, and then the next 2 characters mean smiling alone. Wow. That's quite a lot of meaning packed into that. If you want, I can try 2 to 3 more playful whistle variations like this to combine the lion and swallow in her memory for a really rich ultra short poem. Sure, give me some options. Alright, let's see if these are really... I want something like heart-tugging. Another one is lion fur in candlelight, swallow perches, she smiles alone. It's kind of the same one. Actually, it's just the exact same characters. Well, almost the same. Almost the same. Alright. Red candlelight on the mane, her lone smile lingers. Lion shadows flicker, swallow chirps in empty joy. Ooh. Candlelight in lion's mouth, swallow perches, smiles in vain. Okay. Okay. Ooh, if you want, I could also craft one extra poetic version that's almost haiku-like. Super short, evocative, and a touch melancholy. It could be the one sentence perfect memory snapshot. Okay, sure. Sure, go for it. Ultra short, haiku-like version. It's evocative, melancholy and captures your memory in a single snapshot. Ooh, okay. Still 8 characters, but they pack a lot in there. Candlelight fades on lion fur. All in 4 characters. Swallow perches. Smiles alone. This is empty smile. Okay. 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 This one is minimal poetic and fits under 100 characters. Almost a tiny memory snapshot in verse. No, this is good. Well, okay, it says, if you want, I can try 2 to 3 more haiku-style options with slightly different emotional tones. Playful, bittersweet, or nostalgic. I'll say this one is... Okay, give me... Okay, give me some more. I want to emphasize the melancholy, almost painful missing of Aunt Han, because she was my only family left after Uncle Yang left us. Well, and what's her name died? Ruby died, and my friend Yi Dao died. Man, sad life. Everybody died. Now I understand. The weight of this memory is deep, tinged with loss and loneliness. Let's make the poems capture melancholy yearning and almost painful longing, keeping them under 100 characters total and still tying to your Lunar New Year scene. Lion helmet and a swallow. Here are 4 haikus style ultra short options. Oh, hey Von Shane. Thank you for stopping by though. I'm
V0 Enchain says,
struggling, well, not struggling,
to go.
Maybe overthinking this. But yeah, have a good night, Von Shane. Thank you for stopping by.
V0 Enchain says, have a good night, NN/.
I want a really nice post. Alright. Alright. Okay. There's a bunch of them. Let me read them. Candlelight fades on lion fur, swallow perches, grief lingers. Okay, that's painful. Red candle casts a lone shadow. Tears hide in lion's mouth. Okay. Lion fur and dim candlelight. Swallow perches in loneliness. Okay. Lion fur and dim candlelight. Swallow perches in loneliness. That's the first one. Oh wait. Was it? Eh? Okay. Candle shadows burn empty red. Her lone smile aches in memory. Wow. Okay. And then it says, I can refine one of these into a perfect version. Yes, give me the perfect version. Okay, this is it. Maybe. Yeah, nobody's smiling here. Alright. Alright, why this works. It says, okay, candle fades on lion fur. Swallow perches, grief lingers. Okay. So why this works. Candle fades, fleeting time, the passing of New Year and lost moments. Okay. Lion fur anchors it in your festive memory, your costume, your scene. That's right. Swallow perches, your discipleship swallow on the lion helmet, symbolizing life continuing quietly. That's deep. And then grief lingers, the melancholy, almost painful missing of Aunt Han and all of those lost, Ruby, Yi Dao, Uncle Jiang. It's minimal, vivid, and bittersweet, the kind of line that haunts the memory beautifully without over-explaining. Okay, try it. Man, okay, this is supposed to be even worse. Not worse, but more painful. Okay. Let's see. Lonely Main, emphasizing isolation, loss, and absence. Candle Shadows, fleeting light, impermanence of life and memories. Swallow Purchase in silence. Quiet Grief. Oh, this one's even better. Okay. Okay, yeah, I don't like the whole grief lingers thing. Alright, let's do this. Okay, Lonely Shadows on Lion Fur. Swallow Perches in silence. That's nice. Alright. No, that's good enough. No, that's good enough. Let's rework the title to match the tone of the poem. Okay. Haunting and Solitary, the title should echo that. Of these, Lonely Shadow Han. No, okay, Lonely Shadow Han. Okay. Is that gonna fit? I don't think it even fits. Oh, I like the first one, but it's too long. Too many characters. Okay, Lonely Shadow? Lonely Candle? Silent Shadow? Faint Shadow? Okay, let's do Lonely Shadow. Yeah, Lonely Shadow. But I don't want to repeat characters on the poem. Okay. Silent Longing? Okay, this is a Silent Longing. Okay. Maybe that's fine. Silent Longing. No characters repeated. Okay, nice. Alright. Official use, set as landmark. We'll publish it. Good. That took a while. Alright, let's view it. This one's a nice photo. This one's a nice photo. That's not a nice photo. Hello? Alright, it's modified. Looks like it. Excellent. So nice. Oh, I could share it. Share in chat. Letter from Aunt Han. Aunt Han's letter to you. Are our honored guests happy with the gifts? You're always looking forward to the new year, but it means busy times for me. Can't you behave just a little? Even during the new year, no matter how busy I am, I've got my eye on you. Don't get into trouble. Be home early for dinner. It was meant for me, then you should have handed it to me yourself. If it was me. Still, since I've taken this ghost money on Han, I'll consider it you spending New Year's with me. Okay. Good. It's a nice photo. What's this guy doing? Did you just saunter up? But he did. We're going to the next location, right? Events. Let's go to. Oh, wait. Oh, okay, let's go to the boat. Let's go to the boat. More boating. lot of voting. Please let me sit. Please let me sit. No? No? Come on. Sit. No. I want to sit down. Hello? Come on. Oh. So we have to do this. Shot. My world check 1 mil. How'd it go? How'd it go? Nobody's tricks? Come on. Guys, you gotta be kidding me. Uh-oh, did it crash? It just crashed. Come on. Well, we'll load it up again. Try and finish our Mirage boat. Yes, please. Get on before they fell off the stupid thing. What? Huh?
Kitelin06 says, "Oh no, let there be magic to bestow the pixels once again."
Yeah, I don't know why. Sometimes this game crashes. I guess it's got some memory leaks. Oh, I got somebody. I faked them. see. I want to share one of these. Share. Share in chat. World. On before I screw up the tower. Oh, it is still stable. Good. How's world? Is that me? Cheeky P? Where are these people? Where's mine? Where's mine? Huh? I thought I shared. Oh, here it is. Oh, fell down. All right. Oh, let me get onto the here. Oh, Beauty's Rest. Nice. Let me sit. Nice. Beauty's Rest. Excellent. Let's see. How much time we have left? 40 minutes. I should be done in 15 minutes. Maybe 10, 15 minutes. Alright. Could watch another video. We could just stare at me sitting on the ground. Or sitting on the bench. So let's watch another video. The MC's Real Identity. All theories explained. Okay, let's watch this.
Welcome to the Where Winds Meet Lore series. One of the biggest mysteries in the game is who the main character really is. Right now, there are 3 big theories. First, we are Wang Qing's kid. Second, we are Li Zuo's kid or reincarnation. Third, we are unrelated to both, but still special in some way. The game clearly wants this to stay a mystery, so there's barely any hard proof. All we can do is speculate, but I'll do my best to lay out the arguments behind all 3
Kitelyn06
theories.
says,
A lot
haha,
happens
I'm
at the
down
start
for
of the
anything
game,
I'm here
so
for the
let's do
vibes.
a quick recap. After the Tang Dynasty collapsed, China entered 50 years of chaos called Wu Dai Shi Guo. Wu Dai means the 5 short-lived dynasties that ruled over the Central Plains, and Shi Guo means the 10 smaller kingdoms in the south and west. The Chinese were always shielded from the Khitans by Yan Yun, the 16 prefectures acting like a natural firewall. That changed when the general Shi Jingtang handed Yan Yun to the Khitans for personal gain. It was a game changer, allowing the Khitans to invade the entire Central Plain. Historically, Wang Qing died fighting them at Zhongdu Qiao. This battle is important and will keep coming up in the game. The Xian anniversary story centers on it, and Granny Turtle's son also died there. In real history, Wang Qing was betrayed by his senior officer who surrendered to the Khitans, leading to the wipe out of the entire army of 200,000 troops. In game lore, Wang Qing is a member of the Well of Heaven sect. So is his close friend, Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan believed Xia Yi meant protecting fellow disciples, while Wang Qing believed it meant protecting the entire country. The two clashed, but later, when Wang Qing got surrounded by the Khitans, Jiang Yuan rushed in to save him and died, leaving behind his son, Jiang Yan. Wang Qing then adopted Jiang Yan and taught him the Nameless Spear. Fast forward to Zhongdu Qiao. In the quest, Twisted Fate, we learn that Wang Qing died twice on the same day. In that desperate battle, Wang Qing requested the purple bug and turned himself into a dream puppet. The only way to stop it appears to be decapitation. Jiang Yan had to behead his adoptive father. This explains why the general's shrine in Qinghe shows Wang Qing as a headless statue. The game begins right after this battle. We play as Jiang Yan, who has just got out from Zhongduqiao, rescuing a baby and a jade. The Aureate Pavilion brands him a father slayer and hunts him for the jade. Li Zuo sends the Void King to stop us. We beat the Void King, but a purple bug revives him in a violent state, and we had to fight him again. After losing, the Void King volunteers to guard the Gleaming Abyss and kill 1,000 people to regain Li Zuo's trust. The game threw a ton of focus on the purple bug by showing it 3 times within the first 10 minutes, with the Void King, with Feng Shu at Old Jin's tournament, and with the horse dancer. If you want to know more about Dream Puppets and Li Zuo, you can watch my lore video linked here. Jiang Yan then vanishes for 13 years, hiding in Qinghe as Jiang Wulang. Jiang means a great river, Yan means calmness of a river, and Wulang means no waves, so the meaning stays the same. Let's dive into the Wang Qing theory. First argument. For the 13 years he raised us, Jiang Wulang never told us his real name, identity, or who his father was. Yet every November, he makes us kneel before Wang Qing's armor. Kowtowing is a serious act of extreme respect. If Wang Qing were only his adoptive father, and Jiang Yan was even hiding this from us, he could perform the kowtow alone. Why make the MC join? Some players find this argument convincing, but it's also possible that Jiang Yan made us kneel only because Wang Qing saved our lives. Second argument. In Twisted Fate, He Ran is the only man alive who personally knew Wang Qing. If anyone could spot similarities between the MC and Wang Qing, it would be him. But guess what? He Ran happens to be blind. Third argument. The Aureate Pavilion hunted Jiang Yan so relentlessly that he had to change his identity. Escaping alone is hard enough. Doing it while carrying a baby is insane. If we were just a random kid, why would Jiang Yan risk his own life and spend 13 years raising us by himself? He could have entrusted us to Chen Zixi or another friend. He was only 19. Raising a baby with zero knowledge and mental preparation was unlikely his first choice while hiding undercover, unless we were the child of someone he deeply respected. Furthermore, Chen Zixi is a close friend of Jiang Yan who always makes jokes about everything, but even Chen Zixi never once questioned his decision or asked who the baby was. Could there be a powerful reason behind that silence? Fourth argument. As explained in my Li Zuo video, is the endgame villain. He built a dream puppet army and destroyed villages for experiments. If he were our father, Jiang Yan probably wants to hide that truth to keep our loyalty from ever drifting toward the enemy. A good way to cover this up would be for Jiang Yan to adopt us, since he practically raised us anyway. But Jiang Yan never lets us call him father, only uncle. That choice matters. It suggests our father might be someone Jiang Yan would never replace, someone he holds in the highest respect. At the same time, Jiang Yan also never lets us call him brother. If we were Wang Qing's child, then Jiang Yan would indeed be our adoptive brother, and calling him brother would risk exposing our true identity. Uncle was the only safe label. After Twisted Fate, we also receive a quest item, the Red Fish Kite. In Chinese, the text literally says, "No need to hurry, elder brother." This detail was lost in the English version, perhaps intentionally, or maybe because the translation team did not realize its importance. Since this quest is about Jiang Yan, who else could that elder brother be? Against the Wang Qing theory. According to real history, Wang Qing was 53 years old when he died at the Battle of Zhongduqiao, while we were about 1 year old. In that era, most people married in their late teens or early 20s, so while having a child at 52 is not impossible, it would have been an outlier for the time. Clues supporting the Li Zuo theory. When we fight the Void King in the Gleaming Abyss, he mistakes us for Li Zuo. That suggests we might be Li Zuo's kid or reincarnation, or at least share some key qualities with him. Also, we were 16 when Li Zuo ordered Qian Ye to destroy Blissful Retreat. Li Zuo himself was about 16 when he was exiled and poisoned. If he were our father, he might have forced us to relive his trauma at the same age so that we become more likely to follow his path. Argument against the Li Zuo theory. The jade that Jiang Yan especially came back to Qinghe to take from us appears to be a key item. Jiang Yan let us keep it while growing up and even carved our name into it. Li Zuo is obviously after the jade. Given his lack of moral standards, if we were Li Zuo's kid, Jiang Yan would likely do some risk management and keep it safe away from us. Arguments supporting commoner. This theory says the MC isn't anyone's special child, just an ordinary person with a rare gift, the ability to hear the world's true sounds. When you submit oddities, the NPC Qi Sheng, whose name literally means harmonic sound, explains that sound is like the Tao, the flow of the universe, carrying the 7 emotions and 6 desires. By following that natural flow, one can reach spiritual perfection. The MC is someone who can hear what the world and its people cannot say out aloud. There's also a really important detail in the Chinese title of the game, Yanjun, the 16 sounds. Those 16 sounds come from the musical system established by Cai Rong. Instead of using only the 12 tones used by the imperial court, he deliberately included 4 additional tones used by common people. Fittingly, many systems in the game revolve around sound, like the harmonic core and oddities, and that tells you what exactly this game is about. Where Winds Meet isn't here to glorify the nobles or elites, it's about regular people. Here, history isn't just driven by chosen heroes. Tian Ying, for example, was just an homeless orphan looking for a roof. In Where Winds Meet, to be a xia does not even require power or wealth. As One Leaf, One Life shows, anyone can be a xia. Therefore, it fits the overall theme of the game if the MC isn't the child of some legendary figure, but just someone who can hear the sounds of the people. In that sense, the MC could be you, the player, sitting in front of the screen, resonating with the emotions of the people and choosing to fight for the common good. That's all from me. Please let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Thank you for watching.
I mean, if we're just nobody, then it's strange that they would just, make us a baby at the beginning, right? It kind of makes you wonder, like, if you're a baby, you're somebody's baby, right? So I don't think we're nobody. I think we're the son or daughter of somebody. But who that is, it could be somebody normal, but I think it's going to be somebody significant. Otherwise, why would we be the son or like his baby, right? Just a random baby? Like, why would Uncle Jiang pick up a random baby, right? That doesn't make any sense. Li Zhenzhen. Let's just watch this.
If you already know Tian Ying, or if you've watched my previous video, then you probably know there is one person tied to him by fate. That person is Li Zhenzhen, the blind girl he once saved, and also the one who left him with a quiet regret. Maybe just a little, but enough to stay. So here's the question. How does a blind girl, once sold to become a bride in a ghost wedding, end up becoming a top martial artist, a notorious assassin of the Zhonghu? And the secret of how Li Zhenzhen became an assassin without ever needing her eyes will be revealed through her beautiful yet tragic love story. Someone once
Kaitlyn06
love
says,
is only beautiful
honestly,
when it
this
is
could be a great
unfinished.
anime with its
The
complex
story of
plot
Li
structure.
Zhenzhen is one of the most heartbreaking legends in Where Winds Meet. In an era torn apart by war, 2 ordinary people become each other's salvation and each other's pain. Their fate is woven from longing,
I bet there is
and duty,
like a
a
manhwa
quiet
about
tragedy
it.
set against the chaos of the 5 dynasties. In the spring of 952, villagers in a remote place called Little Deer Village gathered money to arrange several marriages. Among them was a child bride bought from another province, a thin, blind girl named Li Zhenzhen. In ancient rural society, Orphaned or
Papaya?
disabled girls
Is that papaya?
were often
Nor did I hear any meow meow.
Close enough. Don't you dare start that shit.
Meowing.
Whoever starts meowing gets the boot.
The son of the village.
I agree.
On the
Yo, it's about Scooby-Doo.
Oh, this stupid
shit.
I hate
Many
it.
guests also lost their minds, grabbing knives and slashing wildly. In the chaos, the village chief accidentally killed his own son. Jun Jun simply lowered her head. She didn't beg. She didn't scream. No one had ever taught her that resistance was an option. That was when Tian Ying, a traveling young scholar, pushed through the crowd. He covered the blind girl's eyes with his hand.
I missed some of that. I was talking.
Jun Jun was not sold. Orphaned or disabled girls were often treated as property.
Oops. What happened?
Jun Jun was not sold for love, but as a desperate ritual to bring good fortune to a dying groom, the son of the village chief. On the wedding night, the groom suddenly went mad and attacked the villagers. Moments later, many guests also lost their minds, grabbing knives and slashing wildly. In the chaos, the village chief accidentally killed his own son. Jun Jun simply lowered her head. She didn't beg. She didn't scream. No one had ever taught her that resistance was an option. That was when Tian Ying, a traveling young scholar, pushed through the crowd. He covered the blind girl's eyes with his hand and whispered, "Don't look." Honestly, young Tian Ying must have been much more playful back then. Definitely not as cold as he is now. Otherwise, how could he say something like that to a blind girl? He pressed a short dagger into her palm. "You were not born to be hurt. Take this and fight for your life." It was the first time anyone had ever said such words to her. And with that, her fate was changed forever. The young man protected her while cutting down the villagers who had gone mad. After a while, he dragged a man in front of her. Jun Jun recognized the voice. It was the man who had bought her from her parents. In those chaotic times of hunger and poverty, a blind child was nothing but a burden, so she had never been able to resist. But this time was different. A knife was in her hand, and her fate was hers to decide. Fear, confusion, rage, pain. Too many emotions crashed over her at once. Then, she clenched her teeth and struck. For the first time in her life, she fought back against her fate. That moment marked her first blood. When everything was over, Tian Ying gave her some silver and told her to live for herself. How could he tell a blind girl to go out and survive on her own? But what choice did she have? He had already saved her from a living nightmare. How could she dare to ask for more? All she wished for was one day to repay his kindness. So Jun Jun asked him when they would meet again. Tian Ying clasped his hands behind his back, looked up at the clouds, and spoke like a grown man. "The Zhonghu is vast. If fate allows, we will meet again." Then he walked away. After that day, Jun Jun's life did not become easier, but she survived, holding tightly to the dagger Tian Ying had given her. She traveled alone through the Zhonghu, using that blade to protect herself, to escape danger, and simply to stay alive. Over time, her skills grew, and she became the Lunar Goddess, a notorious assassin in Qinghe. Wait, what did I just say? Sorry guys, wrong script. There's no way a blind girl could become a master just by waiting for time to pass. So what kind of fated encounter did she actually experience? During her long struggle to survive while wandering through Qinghe, Jun Jun happened to meet a man named Feng Nengqi. He was the one who eventually turned her into an assassin. But wait, don't misunderstand. This is not one of those Zhonghu stories about kidnapping children and training them into killers. To be precise, Feng Nengqi was the man who helped Jun Jun see the world, even though she could not see with her eyes. Back in the year 925 AD, Elder Crane of the Moist Hill once encountered a young man by the banks of the Yellow River. That young man was Feng Nengqi. He was an outstanding swimmer. Even with heavy sandbags tied to his back, he could cut through the water as if nothing slowed him down, and he could catch fish with his bare hands. Seeing his extraordinary talent, Elder Crane guided him into the basics of Moist mechanism arts. Although Feng only learned the surface level, It was more than enough to become a true master after he returned to Qinghe. Feng Nengqi later became known as one of the 8 talents of Hedong, a group of gifted individuals gathered by the Taoists known as Sleeping Taoists to protect the land of Qinghe. When the Khitan army invaded from the north, Feng Nengqi used his knowledge of mechanisms to build traps and defensive devices. Together with the other 7, he played a crucial role in driving the enemy back. To the people of Qinghe, he was a silent hero. Despite his natural genius, Feng Nengqi chose a humble life in Qinghe. Instead of showing off his power, he spent his days teaching players Tai Chi puzzles. He was the perfect image of a true hero in a chaotic age, not someone who stands at the peak of power, but someone who uses his skills to bring warmth to those suffering in the shadows. When Feng Nengqi met Li Junjun, he saw a blind girl struggling to survive in a brutal world. Moved by compassion, he took her in and helped her. Over time, he became her only friend and the most important person in her life. Knowing that Junjun could not see, Feng Nengqi traveled across the Zhonghu in search of rare martial arts manuals. He then carefully carved every technique into Braille with his own hands, so she could train by herself. Only when she mastered martial arts did Feng Nengqi finally feel at ease, knowing she could protect herself. Those books were worth a fortune in the martial world, but to him, they were nothing more than tools to help his friend survive. Perhaps, this bond had already grown into something more than simple friendship. Over time, her skills grew. Her signature technique, Red Dust Veil, allowed her to strike using silken ribbons and flying blades, beautiful, dazzling, and deadly, because she often appeared beneath the moonlight, silent, ethereal, and untouchable. Zhonghu wanderers began calling her the Lunar Goddess, a feared and mysterious swordswoman of the martial world. Many came to her with 1,000 taels of gold in hand, begging for her help. She ignored every single one of them, without a second thought. Feng Nengqi did not understand why Junjun chose a path of killing, but when she became a wanted fugitive, constantly hunted and attacked, he knew he could no longer stand by. So he spent many years researching and building a safe house just for her. Feng Nengqi was fully capable of creating a place that even a blind person could operate easily, one that could truly protect her. After noticing a lake hidden beneath Crimson Cliff, Feng Nengqi realized it was the perfect place to hide. There, he tirelessly built Lunar Goddess's Retreat, a complex of wooden puppets, hidden gears, and protective mechanisms. Perhaps, without even realizing it, Feng Nengqi's feelings for Junjun had grown beyond simple compassion. When he saw Li Junjun's hands, rough, scarred, and hardened from using touch instead of sight since childhood, he poured all his heart into crafting a pair of handguards made from silk and precious metals. He named them Lunar Bracers, also known as Pure Moon, so her hands would always be protected. When he offered them to her, he quietly placed them beneath her statue, then left behind a letter. May you be like this silk, pure as the moon among the clouds, untouched by dust. Killing is never the right path. I will leave these hand guards here. If one day you wish to live differently, take them and wear them. I will understand. That letter seemed to mean far more than a simple gift. Perhaps it was closer to a ring, quietly placed and never spoken of. But Junjun never picked them up. For her, a gift that carried a hope she could never fulfill was simply too heavy to lift. In 959, political tensions finally reached a breaking point. The Liao dynasty sought an alliance with the Southern Tang, hoping to survive the rapid expansion of later Zhou dynasty. By then, Tianying had become a covert agent of later Zhou dynasty. He was sent south with one mission: assassinate the Khitan envoy and sabotage the alliance. But things did not go as planned. As soon as the Khitan envoy entered Qinghe, it was ambushed by local Zhonghu righteous fighters. With the situation suddenly spiraling out of control, Tianying had no choice but to seek help from the top assassin of the region, the Lunar Goddess. Tianying believed he saw the Lunar Goddess for the first time at the bottom of Moon Lake. At least, that's what he thought. He explained his request. He needed someone to secretly escort the envoy out of later Zhou, alive. Li Junjun listened quietly. Though her eyes could not see, she faced him directly, as if she were looking straight into the deepest part of his heart. His heart jolted. For a brief moment, he lost focus and didn't even catch her response. Luckily, Junjun's answers were always easy to understand. I've long heard of the lunar goddess. Would you help me save someone? All right. To save him, you may have to kill many others. All of them good people. All right. Just as the rumors say. Then what does the lunar goddess want in return? A pair of eyes? All right. Li Junjun followed the sound of his footsteps as he walked away, listening until even the last echo faded into silence. Only after all these years did she finally learn the name of the young man who had once saved her, Tian Ying. She quietly traced the strokes of his name across her palm. Again and again, a faint, gentle joy rising in her heart. The man she once asked, "When will we meet again?" had now appeared before her. Was this fate? Yes, it was. All her life, she had resented fate, fought against it, refused to bow to it. Yet this was the first time she felt like thanking it. Tian Ying did not recognize her. Perhaps he had never remembered her at all. But that didn't matter. This reunion was hers alone to know. As for the task he entrusted to her, she accepted everything without hesitation. To become his sword, to stain her hands red on his behalf, it made no difference. As long as he needed something, she could become anything. Still, she wrapped it all in the form of a transaction. If she agreed for no reason, a cautious man like him might grow suspicious. Besides, she had no real interest in this so-called exchange of eyes. As the Khitan envoy moved deeper into Qinghe territory, the Qinghe fighters launched wave after wave of attacks. Most of the envoy's guards were killed or badly wounded. Only the envoy and a handful of survivors managed to escape. The fighters chased them into the wild forests along the mountainside. In the battle that followed, the remaining guards were completely wiped out. The envoy was the only one left alive. At that critical moment, a miraculous glow once again appeared above the peak of Moonvale. From within the radiance, the lunar goddess descended. Several short blades flew through the air. In an instant, the Qinghe fighters fell. The envoy survived solely because of the lunar goddess's intervention. The next day, riding the horse Night Flash, the envoy escaped the Breeze Post in the southern Tang Kingdom. But protecting the Khitan envoy was never the full extent of Tian Ying's plan. Once the envoy safely reached southern Tang territory, Tian Ying still intended to go to Breeze Post and assassinate him personally. However, Breeze Post was a vital location, heavily guarded and tightly controlled. There was no way Tian Ying could enter and leave freely. Unable to let the matter rest, Li Junjun insisted on adding one more condition to their transaction. She would go with him. Just as she expected, Tian Ying hesitated. So she lied. She said she was afraid he might never return and would run away before completing their so-called eye exchange. In the end, Tian Ying let out a long sigh and said, "We leave in 3 days. If you're late, I won't wait." 3 days. More than enough time for her to gather her belongings, cut off every lingering tie, and stand beside him through life and death, protecting him with everything she had. But fate, once again, chose to test Junjun. During the escort, Li Junjun killed many Qinghe patriots who attempted to assassinate the Khitan envoy. Because of this, she earned the infamous reputation of a traitor colluding with the Khitan. Her actions were misunderstood, condemned. Rumors spread wildly, claiming she had betrayed her own people. The Zhonghu turned against her. When news spread that she would travel south in 3 days, countless swordsmen swore revenge. Worst of all, her only friend, Feng Nengqi, was also misled by those whispers and betrayed her. A man who had once protected Qinghe from the iron hooves of the Khitan, a silent hero who safeguarded the people. How could he not be furious upon hearing that Junjun had sided with the enemy? But perhaps there was also jealousy. After all, Junjun had never accepted his feelings. And now, she was preparing to run off south with Tian Ying instead. So, Feng Nengqi handed over the secret schematics of the lunar goddess's retreat, allowing the Avengers to storm her home. Jun Jun fought them all, killing dozens. But in the end, she could not escape. That night, soaked in moonlight and blood, she finally realized her journey had reached its end. Li Jun Jun had brushed against death many times in her life, yet she always survived. No matter how painful or how difficult it was, she clenched her teeth and kept going. Only this time did she truly understand. This was the end. If there was nothing left she could hold on to, then at least, at the moment of death, she could put on a wedding dress. She could not explain why she changed into it. Perhaps she believed that one day, someone would come to the bottom of the lake for the sake of a promise. She was not trying to marry anyone. She only wanted that man to recognize this hidden reunion. She had worn a wedding dress when she first met him, so she chose to wear one again to say goodbye. Perhaps then, he would remember that they had already met thousands of days and nights ago. Jun Jun did not resent those who hunted her. She had killed their loved ones to repay a favor, and naturally, they had every right to seek revenge and kill her. Such is the way of the Zhonghu, kindness repaid with kindness, vengeance repaid with vengeance, a life for a life. Her only regret was that the day she had to repay her life came a little too early. So early that she never even had the chance to pack her things and go south with Tian Ying. Before she died, using the last of her strength, Jun Jun left Tian Ying a final letter. In the empty valley, her voice faded away. Tian Ying waited 3 days for Li Jun Jun. She never came. So he rode straight toward Breeze Post of the Southern Tang. He traveled day and night, changed horses 3 times, and never closed his eyes, all to reach the night banquet he had planned himself. During the banquet, as the envoy staggered outside in a drunken haze, Tian Ying struck. One swift movement of the blade, and everything fell silent. He moved like the wind, arriving without a trace, leaving without a shadow. Southern Tang immediately sealed its borders and launched a full pursuit. To hide his identity, Tian Ying disguised himself as a condemned prisoner and infiltrated a Southern Tang prison, waiting patiently for the right moment. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. One day, while Tian Ying was chiseling stone inside the prison, an old man beside him suddenly asked, "In your entire life, have you really never cared about anyone? The kind of person who makes you wish time would slow down, just a little, whenever you're with them." Tian Ying's hands paused for a brief moment. He suddenly thought of the blindfolded girl, only for an instant. No more. "No," he said quietly. "My task is not yet done. I have no room for such things." In 962, as Southern Tang's blockade finally loosened, Tian Ying was rescued by someone we already know, and was finally able to return to Qing. 3 years had slipped away. His plan could no longer be delayed. But before anything else, there was one final task left unfinished. He flicked the blood from his blade, sheathed it in one clean motion, then carefully wiped dry the warm, freshly taken eye in his hand. He placed it gently into an icy jade casket and held it close against his chest. His thoughts drifted back to the promise they had made 3 years ago. She would help him protect a man, and he would help her find the light. He was 3 years late. He could only hope she would not blame him. At last, he arrived at Moon Lake, facing waters as clear and still as ever. He suddenly raised a hand to fix his hair. After days of hard travel, he looked far too rough. But when he dove beneath the lake, he found Li Jun Jun, dressed in a wedding gown, long dead. He was still too late. Perhaps not just one step, but many. Tian Ying held the icy jade casket with both hands, his knuckles turning white. Only after steadying himself did he place it gently upon the stone table. Then he picked up the letter that had gathered dust for 3 long years. "May your path be smooth, and may the blood on my hands not be spilled in vain. There is one more thing I must tell you. Our bond did not begin today. I recognized you the moment you came. Now that I have changed into this garment, I wonder if you can recognize me? Thank you for everything we have been through." 3 years ago, he had waited for her for 3 days, while she had been lying at the bottom of the lake, waiting for him until now. How could such a debt ever be repaid? But a promise made was a promise he would fulfill, even if even if she was no longer in this world. His writing hand trembled slightly. I will give you the eye. He signed the final line, Lee Jun Jun, and sent it to the local clinic. As he left the lake bed, he could not help but look back one last time. It was a pity he could not see her regain her sight, could not see his own reflection appear in her eyes. It seemed as though this fated bond had ended here. That Tian Ying, a cold man driven only by war, schemes, and the dream of reclaiming peace, would continue walking into bloodshed alone. But after abandoning the names Tian Ying and Miao Shan, he took on a new identity, Lord Li. You haven't forgotten Jun Jun's family name, have you? By choosing her surname, the girl who gave her life to help him, Tian Ying found a way to make her immortal. Once a man who knew only blades and political plots, he no longer fought alone. Every step he took now carried Jun Jun's warmth and ideals. She did not disappear. She was still watching the world through his eyes, and he was living on, finishing the life she never had the chance to complete. This was how he reminded himself of the true cost of the peace he sought. The name Li became an anchor, keeping his heart from freezing under the cruelty of war. It reminded him that he had once been loved unconditionally. The Tian Ying of the past had died, together with old grudges and hatred. Lord Li was born as proof that love could surpass even death. Using the name of the one he loved, he set out to build a new world. A world where girls like Jun Jun would never again have to sacrifice themselves so painfully. And as for Jun Jun, if she were given a choice again, she would not choose to hold the dagger Tian Ying gave her. She would only wish for her life to be like a flower, a moonlit flower, a rare blossom she lovingly cultivated in darkness. And when the flower touched her palm, Jun Jun's body dissolved into countless petals, scattering with the wind. She returned to the world as she had lived, quietly, beautifully, alone. Li Jun Jun was many things. A blind child sold for luck, an assassin who wielded a sword, a terrifying legend whispered in dark forests, a friend to one man, a debt to another, a flower that bloomed without sunlight, a girl who waited 3 years at the bottom of a lake. But above all, she was simply herself, the lunar goddess, a life born in darkness, a heart lifted toward the moon, a soul carried away by the wind.
I was born where the light won't stay. Eyes closed before I learned to pray. Soul to fate, dressed in white, a child beneath a dying night. Blades were drawn, a whirlwind mad. Blood was all the mercy I had. Then a hand in the dark said, live, left a knife and a reason to survive. I walked alone where shadows breathe, with borrowed strength and silent grief. Under the moon I learned to fight, dancing steel and borrowed light. They call my name like a ghostly prayer. Moon goddess born of despair. Hey,
了脱生死，一命无特，生愤哀仇，以怒为心。
Let's see, how many of these do we have? 351? I don't think we want these. 68, we might need some more. Like this. 235, I don't think we'll need any more. Jasmine. 7. Well, that video was definitely AI generated. But I mean, it did drop a lot of lore. Right, I want to know what happened in this
Welcome
story.
back to the Where Winds Meet lore series. Today, we're diving deep into the lore of Velvet Shade. In my Velvet Shade Part 1 video, we cover the stories of two most important flower messengers, including the current head of Velvet Shade. From those stories, we know that the Velvet Shade is a spy organization serving the Shimmer of South. But there's also a theory that they could be playing both sides as double agents. Let's hear the story. In the Wandering Tale, Lone Beauty, two Nine Mortal Ways disciples gossip about a Khitan envoy
says,
who stole Hua Zhiqing's
Ken
hairpin.
Shogo.
It gets snatched by a bird and dropped beneath a tree. Tumi is a flower, and Hua Zhiqing is a flower messenger. Being the kind-hearted young master, you pick up the hairpin and return it to her, but somehow she is not that thrilled. Then comes the quest for Vernal Umbrella skill theft, where we meet Hua Zhiqing again. You cannot enter the banquet unless you obtain a Tumi hairpin. The quest NPCs tell you Hua Zhiqing is a top-notch assassin, better at using her umbrella to kill than to dance. She's upset because a guest returned her hairpin and failed to show up at the banquet as planned. Wait a second, returned her hairpin? Eventually, you enter the banquet and watch Hua Zhiqing perform her umbrella dance on stage. The guest of honor is the Grand Chancellor in real history, basically the head of government. As I mentioned in my 4 Real Emperors video, Big Zhao was famous for taking military power over wine. Being an official from the previous regime, the Grand Chancellor worried about losing his position. Was he paranoid? No. Connecting the two quests tells the full story. Hua Zhiqing deliberately let the Khitan envoy steal her hairpin, giving him a reason to return. At the same time, she invited the unknown Grand Chancellor, hoping to catch both of them in the same place. This would give Big Zhao a perfect reason to fire the Chancellor for scheming with the enemy. But you returned her hairpin, ruining her plan. Imagine how furious this top assassin must have been, watching her carefully planned trap collapse and then seeing the person who ruined it casually walk into a now pointless banquet and even start stealing her skills. And it doesn't stop there. Later, Nine Mortal Ways disciples reveal that Hua Zhiqing tried again, this time gifting a handkerchief to the Khitan envoy. If you picked it up during the Streetwise stage quest, congratulations, you may have accidentally ruined her second try. Run, don't walk from her, young master. These events fuel the theory that the Velvet Shade is a double agent. Empress Zhou's story adds weight to this idea. As I explained in my For Real Empress video, in real history, Big Zhao took the throne via peaceful mutiny. His younger brother and Zhao Pu helped him stage a show, draping him in an imperial yellow robe. In-game, after Chiron died, Zhou Qiang wrote a folk song to rally popular support for Big Zhao. Also, remember this guy from the Martial Temple quest? He was the one tasked with making the yellow robe. Here's another detail people often miss. He comes from a country called Later Shu. He stole the design blueprint for the warship from his own country and gave it to Song so that Mu Rongyuan could build the ship. I am really excited to see what this new faction might add to the power balance in future patches. Now, back to the Velvet Shade. Despite helping Big Zhao, this organization is deeply tied to Southern Tang. It was founded by the grandmother of the Shimmer of South. Even the name Velvet Shade refers to a poetic style, and the Shimmer of South himself is a famous poet. The game also deliberately changes the location of the Revelry Hall. In real history, it was built on land, but in-game, it sits on a pond. Southern Tang is known for river and lake gardens, which is why in the Winter Gambit encounter, Big Zhao uses fish to symbolize it. NPCs even tell you this entire pond is artificial, a massive project commissioned by the Velvet Shade, just so they can feel a little closer to home. So given all this, what do you think? Is Velvet Shade a double agent? Or just smart enough to curry favor with Big Zhao while staying loyal to Southern Tang? Flower messengers. In ancient agricultural China, spring was so important that it was counted as 120 days and divided into 8 periods. For each period, 3 flowers were chosen to mark the early, middle, and late phases, with each phase lasting just 5 days. By watching which flowers were blooming, farmers could tell exactly where they were in the season and plan their farm work. It was basically a living calendar made of flowers. From this came 24 iconic spring flowers, 12 of which carried symbolic meanings. The flower messenger system draws from this tradition. Across different dynasties, people even created flower gods for these flowers. They seem to take gods a little less seriously because all the flower gods are famous people in history. Let's meet the flower messengers. First, Zhou Qiang. She's the current head of the Velvet Shade. We talked about her story in part 1. Peony is regarded as the queen of all flowers. At this time, the Shimmer of South loves her deeply and spares no effort to please her. Zhou Qiang likes fragrance, so the Shimmer of South appointed a palace attendant just for blending scents, with burners and tools made of gold and jade. Today, that attendant is the head of the Silken Veil Society, a luxury establishment selling Southern Tang fashion in Kaifeng. But in real history, she's set to die in 2 years. If the game follows the timeline, something dramatic is coming. Second, Hua Jieyu. Crabapple or begonia represents nobility and beauty. She's a master of pitch pots, a drinking game kind of like beer pong, and she only gets drunk when she decides to. She's the head of the Spring Wave Pavilion. Third, Du Gantang. She leads the East Wind Pavilion. Her position as the chief editor of the East Wind Herald enables her to gather intel, which is key for a spy organization. Fourth, Lu Yanling. Chrysanthemum symbolizes longevity, and the name Yanling carries the same meaning. He's one of the only 2 male flower messengers in the game, and is responsible for gathering intelligence. Fifth, Mu Hanying. Plum blossoms bloom in the snow, and are called the spring's emissary. Because they bloom in winter, they represent strength of character and indifference to wealth or power. And yes, all these meanings apply not just in game, but in Chinese culture in general. Mu Hanying is an accomplished painter. This painting displayed in the Revelry Hall is his work. Sixth, Qing Ruolan. We've talked about her fascinating story in part 1 of Velvet Shade lore. Not only is she a real historical figure, she's also selected as one of the 12 flower gods. Orchids symbolize simplicity and elegance, just like how her beauty shines through the plain clothes when she dressed up as a lowly maid. 7th, Liu Rui. Willows symbolize sorrowful parting. Liu Rui is in charge of fireworks. She is suspected to be a descendant of a famous calligrapher in real history who created one of the most prestigious calligraphy styles, known as the Liu style. Liu literally means willow. 8th, Xing Yi. Magnolia represents bravery. She's not especially skilled in musical dance, but she handles finance and accounting. 9th, Yulinglong is another name for the flower, which symbolizes confidence and self-appreciation. 10th, Bairong. Peach blossom stands for romantic love. Even in modern Chinese, people say peach blossom luck to mean that someone is doing well in romantic relationships or having many admirers. The Radiant Pavilion is like a dating agency, with a huge peach blossom tree where people pray for love. Interestingly, Bairong is not a nickname for peach blossom, but for peony, the queen of all flowers. Qin Ruolan also used to compete for the peony position, so you can see that the Velvet Shade has a lot of ambitious people. 11th, Hua Zhiqing. Tumi flowers represent the beauty of dead ends, which fits her deadly umbrella skills perfectly. 12th, Ling Yuning. Camellias can bloom in winter and symbolize modesty and resilience. She is the head of the Grace Pavilion, Velvet Shade's music expert. 13th, Huang Suxing. Yes, there is a 13th flower messenger. She's not listed in the current love letter name list. Her name means winter jasmine, symbolizing hope and sincerity. She guards Zhou Qiang's private third floor and is likely one of her trusted aides. As you can see, the Velvet Shade is the embodiment of taste, refinement, and artistry. For example, guests are encouraged to bathe at the Springwave Pavilion next door before entering the Revelry Hall. The Velvet Shade excels at the 8 elegance: music, Chinese chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, wine, flower viewing, and tea tasting. These traditions originated in China and later spread to other countries like Japan and Korea. That's all for the Velvet Shade lore. Thank you for watching.
Okay.
Let's be honest. When you first look at the Velvet Shade, you probably think one thing: clout and courtesans. They're draped in silk. They run the most glamorous and probably most expensive club in Kaifeng. And yes, everyone in the entire organization looks like they walked straight out of a painting. And this obsession with beauty isn't just vanity. It is the literal price of admission. Membership is by exclusive invitation only. To even receive a flower invitation, you must first prove you possess enough wind elegance, a stat determined entirely by your wardrobe. That means this is the only faction where your fashion is just as important as your fighting style. If you aren't draped in enough silk and gold to be considered one of the apex hotties of Kaifeng, don't even bother knocking. But make no mistake, the silk isn't just for show, it's camouflage. Because the Velvet Shade isn't just a social club or a sect or even aspiring. It's a weapon. And they know that the deadliest blade is the one hidden in the most beautiful sheath. For years, everyone's been confused. Are they double agents? Are they helping the Northern Song or the fallen Southern Tang? The answer is both, and neither. Their real loyalty requires them to survive at all costs, necessitating deep cover and leverage over both sides. This sect was born from the tragedy of the Yanyan 16 prefectures, one of the most turbulent times in Chinese history. Every performance, every rumor, and every beautiful face is an act of resistance, a commitment to those faceless ones who sacrificed everything to reclaim their home. We dug through the deepest, dirtiest secrets of their lore, and the truth is simple. Velvet Shade is the ultimate power fantasy for anyone who thinks a well-timed ruse is more lethal than 1,000 swords. So, if you prefer the art of psychological warfare over brute strength, this is for you. Here are the top 5 reasons why you should join the most gorgeous, dangerous, and emotionally devastating faction in the whole game. Okay, let's cut the poetry and get right to the reason your friend actually told you to join. Velvet Shade is the only sect in the game that officially supports polygamy. While every other stuffy traditional sect makes you choose one marital partner, Velvet Shade looks you in the eye and asks, why stop at one when you can have them all? But this isn't just a meaning mechanic. It's a central part of their identity. Their entire philosophy is built on the idea that social, romantic, and political bonds are meant to be collected. The official rule set literally has a section called Drunk on Flowers, which asks the question, how can one only steal a single heart when drunk on 1,000 flowers? The goal is to reveal charm to the world and trade affection for hearts. They even have strict rules against casually ghosting people, because here, a breakup isn't just personal, it's bad for business. So, if you look at a wuxia hero and think, I don't want to be the lonely swordsman, I want to be the charismatic libertine, the one who holds a fan in one hand, a glass of wine in the other, and the hearts of the entire server in their pocket, then this is your home. Other sects may offer powerful skills. Velvet Shade offers a decadent lifestyle. When you think of a wuxia sect founder, you usually picture a lone sword saint meditating in a cave, or a retired general. The founder of Velvet Shade, Song Ruyen, is the exact opposite. She was the historical Empress Song Fujin, the literal grandmother of the Southern Tang's final ruler, Li Yu. But she didn't start on a throne. She started as a courtesan, mocked by the very southern nobles she would later come to destroy. So how does a mocked courtesan found a sect? She commits a coup. In the infamous Guangling incident of 918 AD, Song Ruyen didn't challenge her bullies to a duel. She didn't lift a sword. Instead, she guided the hand of the powerful general Shu Jihao to assassinate his rival and seize the court. The history books say the rebels were eradicated overnight, but the whispers speak of the Velvet Shade's hidden hand behind the blade. She didn't just survive the people who mocked her. She founded a dynasty on their graves. This establishes the sect's true, dark philosophy. Martial arts might be powerful, but the ultimate technique is owning the person holding the weapon. She proves that in a world of swords, the most dangerous position isn't the general. It's the person the general is in love with. Fast forward to the current timeline, and that ancient philosophy has evolved into a terrifyingly modern business model. New players often mistake Velvet Shade for simple double agents. The reality is much smarter. They don't play both sides. They play the board. They present themselves as a cultural hub, but under the hood, they are a fully weaponized intelligence agency. Their agents run the city's nerve centers, including the Dongfeng Tower, the game's newspaper. This means they control the one thing more dangerous than an army: the narrative. The perfect example of this soft power is the historical Tao Gu incident. When an arrogant northern Song diplomat named Tao Gu came to threaten the south, Velvet Shade didn't assassinate him. That would be too messy. Instead, they deployed a honey trap. They sent their agent, Qin Rulan, to seduce him into writing a compromising love poem. Then, the moment he stepped into the royal court to make his demands, she walked out and sang his own dirty poem in front of the emperor. He was publicly shamed, his political leverage was vaporized, and a potential war was averted, not by soldiers, but by a song. This is the Velvet Shade playbook. They sell you a beautiful night, they collect your secrets, and then they weaponize them. When the dust settles, the kings will be dead, but the Velvet Shade will still be there, holding the receipts. If you join a militaristic sect like the Raging Tides, combat is disciplined. It's gritty. It smells like the abandoned western frontier. In Velvet Shade, you perform aggressive choreography. Your exclusive weapon is the Vernal Umbrella. Yes, a parasol. Because nothing says I am better than you, quite like blocking a soldier's spear with silk and bamboo. The entire moveset is designed to be as disrespectful as possible. When things get too heated, you simply use Apricot Heaven to open your umbrella and ascend into the sky, raining down damage while literally looking down on the peasants trying to reach you. It is the ultimate I am removing myself from this conversation move. And if they do manage to get close, you hit them with Spring Sorrow, firing a single flower petal at their face with enough force to leave them paralyzed for 3 seconds. But the true height of arrogance is the unfading flower technique. You toss your umbrella into the air, and it floats around shooting people on its own like a violently fashionable drone, freeing up your hands to draw a hidden sword and finish the job. Why sweat like a frontline infantryman when your accessories can do half the killing for you? Finally, we must speak of the soul of the faction. And to understand the soul, you must understand the heartbreaking contrast between its two mothers. The founder, Song Ruyen, was a conqueror. She was a ruthless woman who weaponized love to gain power. The current leader, Zhou Qiang, is the exact opposite. She is using that power to protect a love that is already doomed. Zhou Qiang is the historical Empress Zhou, the wife of the Southern Tang's last ruler, Li Yu. She isn't fighting for ambition like the founder did. She is fighting for survival. She established this spiderweb of spies right in the heart of the enemy capital for one single purpose: to shield her husband from the inevitable collapse of their dynasty. This creates a tragedy that defines the entire sect. The founder proved that a smile can kill a king. The current leader proves that even a king cannot save the music. Their defiance isn't written in blood, but in song. The famous neon feather dress wasn't just a performance. They reconstructed this lost masterpiece together, and she famously danced it for him in the falling snow. It was a declaration, a way to say that even if their kingdom dies, their art will survive. History even whispers that during the Chen Chao Mutiny, the very event that birthed the rival Northern Song, the Velvet Shade actually helped the enemy emperor take the throne. Why? Because she learned the founder's lesson well. To keep her husband alive, she has to play a game longer than any dynasty. So, if you want to rule the world, join another sect. But if you want to play a faction that is willing to burn down the capital for the sake of a lost king and the perfect love story, join the Velvet Shade. Because the most dangerous sect doesn't serve power, they serve memory. And that's the real truth behind the most beautiful and terrifying organization in the game. It looks like a high-end club, but it's a deep state network run by loyalists who fight with poetry and scandal. We dug deep into the Chinese internet for the lore on this one, so if I missed any details or translation nuances, let me know in the comments. With Velvet Shade finally joining the global sect roster, I have one question left. Will you stick to your rusty blade, or are you ready to join the most lethally gorgeous faction in the game? If you enjoyed this video, please consider dropping a like. It genuinely helps me out more than you know. And if you want to see more deep dives into the world of where winds meet, consider subscribing. Until then, I'll see you in the next one. In the world of the martial epic known as Where Winds Meet, there is a sect that doesn't just embrace poverty, it weaponizes it. While other players gravitate toward the elegant danger of the Velvet Shade, to inhabit a romanticized world of spy assassin poetry, swirling through the shadows with silk parasols, and floral aesthetics. Or join the Lone Cloud to play the high-intelligence strategist, calculating fate from a shadowed pavilion. The 9 mortal ways choose a path that is intentionally repulsive. They dress in tattered rags, so dilapidated they look like they've been scavenged from floodwater, with a rat perched on their shoulder, not as a simple companion, but as a visceral declaration of their identity. In the common tongue, they are called scoundrels, vermin, and street trash. There is a phrase that follows them like a persistent shadow. They are the rats crossing the street that everyone waits to strike. The kind of people you reflexively cross to the other side to avoid. The ones whose very presence feels like a contamination to those who consider themselves clean. Most players see this aesthetic and dismiss it immediately as the joke sect, a mean choice for people who don't take the world seriously. They are half right, because it is indeed a performance, a carefully constructed theater of the absurd, designed to provoke exactly that reaction. But the punchline isn't what the elite thinks. The person you have trained yourself not to see is the person who eventually sees everything. The name of the 9 mortal ways carries the weight of a 1,000-year-old wound, descending from a social taxonomy known as the 3 teachings and the 9 currents. This ancient order divided civilization into the visible pillars of the 3 teachings, composed of the scholars, the monks, and the priests, and the 9 currents, which consisted of everyone else: the street performers, the fortune tellers, the blacksmiths, the beggars, and the merchants. These were the people who kept the machinery of empire running while being considered socially contaminated by the very nature of their labor. For centuries, the relationship between these 2 worlds was defined not by active cruelty, but by a kind of suffocating stewardship. The elite didn't look down on the lower currents with malice. They looked down with the heavy, paternalistic kindness of a patriarch guarding a household. It was a protection that provided social stability at the cost of individual identity, a benevolent hierarchy that viewed the common people as essential, but ultimately stationary. The invisible hands building roads they were sheltered by, but never permitted to own, and forging the very swords the honorable were destined to carry. When a martial sect deliberately wraps itself in such a name, the choice is an act of quiet revolution. They are acknowledging a truth that the elite's protection always sought to obscure, that the Foundation is not merely a ward of the Spire, but its very lifeblood. Nobody joins this sect out of a desire for traditional weakness. They join because they are ready to acknowledge that when the canopy of the elite finally fails, the only people left standing are the ones who were always in the dirt. 15 years ago, when the Catan army swept through the city of Kaifeng like a winter wind through wheat, the world learned the true cost of this hierarchy. The righteous sects, those grand temples with ancient lineages like the Inkbound Order or the Well of Heaven, were the first to fall. It wasn't because they lacked courage, but because they were prisoners of their own architecture. When you build monuments to your own permanence, you become geography. You become a fixed, targetable point on a map. Everyone knew exactly where the legendary schools stood, and everyone assumed their presence would be the city's shield. But when the shield shattered, the people underneath were left with nothing. In the ensuing collapse, amidst the smoke and the mounting casualties, a man named Zhu Yusheng looked at the abandoned and made a choice that no prophecy had ever required of him. He led the survivors, the blacksmiths, the woodcutters, the seamstresses, and the beggars into the lightless depths of the underground ghost market. These were the people society had deemed protected until they became an acceptable loss. Zhu Yusheng realized that a blacksmith's hammer doesn't need an elaborate technique to crack a skull, because it was already designed to break things. And a seamstress's needle can find gaps in armor that a fancy sword would never reach. He didn't offer them the heavy, condescending stewardship of the old ways. he gave them the means to be their own sanctuary. However, revolutions always extracted terrible payment. When the ghost market began to fracture under the weight of the invasion, Zhu Yousheng and his followers made the ultimate sacrifice, walking through the Gate of Ghosts. They inhaled the poisonous mists that strip away consciousness, transforming themselves into shadow soldiers, undead husks capable of one final, mindless charge to save the civilians they left behind. They did it, knowing they would be reduced to movement without memory, hollow things that walk and kill, but no longer remember why or who they were before crossing that threshold into erasure. The ghost market held because of that sacrifice, and the civilians survived because people society called rats decided their lives were worth throwing away to save a world that had never valued them. Today, Zhu Yousheng and his brothers wander those dark tunnels still, with no memory of the names they once held, or the fact that they were the ones who truly mattered. History resists admitting that it was the beggars who saved the civilization, preferring to carve the names of fallen lords into stone, or the 9 mortal ways were erased from the narrative, returning once more to the invisibility they were born into. This history of tactical invisibility is mirrored in the sect's chosen weapon, the mortal rope dart. In a world of gleaming blades and heavy spears, the rope dart is a flexible, temperamental anomaly. A weighted blade attached to a long cord, a peasant weapon that emerged from people who needed to defend themselves with whatever materials poverty granted them. It is a weapon that demands you abandon the rigid geometry of traditional combat in favor of fluid, unpredictable motion. To master the rope dart is to master the art of the sudden transition. One moment you are spinning a harmless-looking thread, and the next you are unleashing an explosive strike that pierces armor from 10 feet away. Its entire design philosophy is unpredictability over refinement, creating angles of attack that formal training doesn't prepare you for. The style is a masterpiece of deception, perfectly suited for those who spent lifetimes being overlooked. Techniques like the blade-bound thread allow you to hook an opponent mid-combination and physically drag them from their optimal range into yours, where all their training becomes a liability. It allows you to drag the towering masters and the high-born down into your gutter, effectively dictating the terms of the engagement through leverage rather than brute force. Perhaps most tellingly, the sect utilizes a skill known as the Rodent Rampage, summoning rats from the earth to coordinate strikes with the player. It is a grim, poetic reminder of their status. They fight alongside the only creatures that share their invisibility, the scavengers who survive in the cracks of the world. It is not a weapon for those who want to show off. It is a weapon for those who want to control the chaos while remaining beneath notice. This philosophy of concealment is why the sect's modern reputation is one of deliberate absurdity. To the uninitiated, the 9 mortal ways look like a joke. Scoundrels who spend their time flooding the global chat with fake wedding invitations and empty red envelopes that look generous but contain nothing. They are the clowns of the martial world, crashing the ceremonies of other sects specifically to cause disruption. Every other sect wraps itself in the crushing weight of tradition and respectability, but the 9 mortal ways resembles a joke that refuses to offer a resolution. Yet, there is a deep architecture to this mockery. Predators rarely hunt what appears to be broken, and an army will seldom waste an arrow on a clown. While the honorable warrior is scanning the horizon for legitimate threats, the 9 mortal ways are reading their rhythms, cataloging their blind spots, and mapping the contours of their arrogance. They have spent 1,000 years waiting for the advantage of being underestimated, understanding the ancient concept that great wisdom must wear foolishness like a mask to survive. You can see this reflected in the very systems of the game. They provide no stat increases and no conventional combat advantages. Instead, They offer you the keys to the world's hidden systems. They provide an intricate trading network focused on market speculation, supply chain control, and the manipulation of geography itself. In a world where a mansion costs 10,000 commerce coins monthly, you cannot brute force your way to success through combat alone. It requires understanding desire as a language, reading the terrain of human need the way other sects read the terrain of battle. Markets do not fear a blade, and economies remain indifferent to ultimate abilities. But if you control the flow of goods and comprehend the architecture of want itself, you possess power that operates entirely outside the frameworks the strong understand. While the Well of Heaven warns its followers against excessive greed, the 9 Mortal Ways teaches you exactly how greed moves the world. The sect's reputation as tricksters and scammers is earned through mechanics that actively encourage chaos, but there are consequences woven through these systems that don't apply to the more prestigious schools. If your scams fail, if you get caught, or if your tricks backfire because you misjudged your target, you face actual jail time with real penalties and a criminal record that affects how you are treated going forward. You aren't role-playing danger the way the Velvet Shade does, with its romanticized spy aesthetic. You are playing for keeps, in ways that fundamentally change every calculation, because one mistake can end you. That is what life for the 9 currents has always been. One slip and you're finished. One moment of visibility and the righteous authorities beat you in the street. It is an environment that breeds the ability to map blind spots and predict reactions better than any warrior could manage. While honorable sects build monuments broadcasting their importance and carve their names in stone so everyone remembers their greatness, the 9 Mortal Ways build networks that don't appear on any map, because they exist in the gaps that respectable society doesn't acknowledge. They control the ghost market, the place where the legitimate world goes when it needs things it can't ask for publicly. And they understand that power isn't about having the biggest sword. It's about making yourself so necessary that eliminating you causes more damage than tolerating you. Should you join the 9 Mortal Ways? Not if you need your power to be visible, if you need other players to see your strength and acknowledge your danger, or if you need the game to validate your success through rankings and leaderboards. This sect will give you none of that recognition, because recognition is the opposite of what it offers. But if you have ever been essential but invisible, if you've kept systems running while people who don't understand those systems took credit for their smooth operation, or if you've been dismissed by people who couldn't survive a week doing what you do reflexively, then maybe you already understand what this is. The pillars of society got the monuments and the glory, while the foundations were systematically forgotten, despite being the only reason the pillars could stand. But foundations don't break under pressure the way pillars do. They just wait, with geological patience, for the weight above to collapse under its own arrogance. And when everything on top crumbles, the foundation remains exactly where it always was, ready to build something better on the ruins of what failed. The 9 Mortal Ways doesn't promise you'll become a legend, but you'll become the current running beneath the skin of the world, the invisible hands that have always mattered most, especially when no one was looking.
So I saw that video a while back, but I found the video by WWM Girl to be a little more compelling. I think because this one is more surface level, about really talking about the sect from a distance, rather than the WWM Girl one that was talking about, I don't know, it just was more personal. think Dao Fang, he did some good videos about WWM, but he kind of makes it a little. He puffs it up a bit. I guess that's a nice way of saying it. Kind of puffs it up a bit. So when he puffs it up, it kind of like, oh, you feel a little less attached. But WWM Girl, I think she makes it very personal. All of her videos are very personal when she talks about the history and everything. It just makes you more engaged. So when I watched the WWM Girl video about the 9 Mortal Ways, it just made me want to join the guild. I mean the sect. Whereas Dao Fang's, I mean, it did make it kind of exciting, but I could take it or leave it, right? Let's see. Zhongdu Bridge. I'll check this one out.
Zhong Yan, born in the 2nd year of Tianqing,
Watch
formerly a
enough of
Well
these
of
videos
Heaven
and I'm going
disciple,
to actually understand what's going on in this game.
erratically, is utterly deranged, murdered his father for a jade piece, and is guilty of unforgivable crimes. A bounty is hereby issued to all members of the martial world. Whoever captures this man shall receive a generous reward. What was laughable was that this very vendetta notice had actually been delivered to Zhong Yan himself. He appears and vanishes so swiftly that many players are left bewildered, not knowing what truly happened. Consequently, he has become one of the most enigmatic figures in this story. But after this video, he will be a mystery no longer. It all began with his biological father, Zhong Wan, an orphan taken in by the Well of Heaven sect. He was the junior brother of Wang Qing. The two held clashing views on what defined a great hero, often coming to blows to defend their ideals. While Wang Qing sought to protect the nation and its people by leading armies against the Khitan, Zhong Wan stayed behind to develop the sect. However, during a perilous campaign where Wang Qing was surrounded, Zhong Wan led Well of Heaven disciples in a desperate rescue. In the frenzy of battle, Zhong Wan took an arrow to the chest. With his dying breath, he entrusted his young son, Zhong Yan, to Wang Qing's care. Thus, the father Zhong Yan was accused of murdering for a jade piece at the start of the game was not his biological father. The main storyline doesn't explicitly explain this, but fortunately, if you return to Uncle Jiang's house, you will find several severed heads displayed at the door along with a challenge letter. With Uncle Jiang's whereabouts unknown, this is a vital clue. Disguising yourself as Uncle Zhong, you head to the meeting point at the General Shrine. Luckily, the challenger is blind and cannot realize you are an imposter. He intends to kill Zhong Yan to avenge General Wang Qing. After a brief skirmish, the blind man, He Ran, senses you are likely just Zhong Yan's disciple and stays his hand. You soon learn that He Ran has been traveling everywhere, slaughtering anyone connected to Wang Qing's death. Knowing he will head to Harvestfall Village, you join him in a ruse to extract information from those involved. From here, you learn that Wang Qing once adopted a group of orphans, including both Zhong Yan and He Ran. Wang Qing raised Zhong Yan as his own son, doting on him while teaching him martial arts. Zhong Yan proved exceptionally talented, growing into a formidable leader and a genius of the Well of Heaven sect. He fought side by side with Wang Qing against the Khitan. In 946, Du Chongwei ordered to lead an army of 200,000 on a northern expedition. He hesitated and dared not advance, thus incurring a counterattack from the Khitan army. The Khitan army then besieged Du Chongwei on the south bank of the Hutuo River. Wang Qing then proactively suggested to Du Chongwei, "I will personally lead 2,000 infantrymen as the vanguard to seize the Zhongdu Bridge and fight our way out. The Grand Marshal will then lead the various armies to follow and reinforce me. Together we will break into Hangzhou City, thus relieving the army's crisis." Du Chongwei adopted Wang Qing's suggestion and sent the left commander of the Northern Expeditionary Army to cooperate with Wang Qing in seizing Zhongdu Bridge. At the beginning of the battle, that commander suffered a defeat and was forced to retreat to the south bank of Hutuo. leaving only Wang Qing's troops on the north bank to meet the enemy. Wang Qing's troops fought extremely bravely, and with only 2,000 men, they seized the initiative at Zhangdu Bridge, even forcing back the Khitan army that defended the bridge, which was several times larger than Wang Qing's own, and seized the bridgehead. They continued to line up on the north bank to meet the enemy. However, Du Chongwei did not lead his main army to follow up, nor did he send troops to aid Wang Qing. Until Wang Qing's troops were surrounded by the Khitan army, Wang Qing repeatedly sent people to request Du Chongwei's assistance, but Du Chongwei ignored them. Later, Wang Qing was completely surrounded and killed. The rest of his troops were outnumbered and all perished. The only people who came to Wang Qing's aid were the chivalrous heroes, but even a few hundred of them could not change the fact that the main army did not come to his aid. Most of them also died on the north bank of Hutuo. The Khitans even used the corpses of Wang Qing's troops to build a mound of corpses on the north bank of the Hutuo River to demoralize the Jin army. Several attempts by some Jin soldiers to retrieve the bodies failed, and the entire army, dissatisfied with Du Chongwei's inaction, fought independently, their morale at its lowest point. This war ultimately depleted almost all of the later Jin's military and national strength, leaving the later Jin in a passive, defensive position. When Du Chongwei's northern army camp was completely surrounded by the Khitans, Du Chongwei shamelessly explained to his soldiers, "We have run out of food and have nowhere else to go but to find another way out." He then ordered his troops to surrender. This shows that Du Chongwei had already accepted the Khitans' imperial ambition. Therefore, he surrendered. Back to the time when Wang Qing was in a moment of crisis, a mole from the Ariat Pavilion within the army forged a secret order and sent a box, claiming it could turn the tide of the battle, but it actually concealed a deadly secret. As a scout, he believed the claim and delivered the box to Wang Qing as quickly as possible. However, Wang Qing, knowing the truth about the box, sent Zhang Yan, and he ran away to prevent them from interfering, choosing to sacrifice himself to protect them. When the two sensed something was wrong and hurried back, Zhang Yan arrived first, only to find Wang Qing had transformed into a dream puppet, resembling the Void King. Overwhelmed with grief, Zhang Yan had no choice but to put down the zombified Wang Qing, but he ran, arriving shortly after, mistakenly accused Zhang Yan of betrayal. Now, finally, Yiran has learned the full truth. In a sense, Yiran had killed Wang Qing twice. Once by delivering the fatal box, and once by indirectly forcing Zhang Yan to kill the man who was a father to him. Overwhelmed by guilt and despair, Yiran collapsed on the spot. The dream puppet poison undoubtedly originated from the Ariat Pavilion, meaning they are the ones who have been hunting Zhang Yan since the beginning. It remains a mystery exactly where Zhang Yan found you, and that jade fragment amidst such chaos. Was the jade originally yours? Or did Zhang Yan simply find you abandoned by the roadside in the rain and feel a surge of compassion? Perhaps, having been an orphan himself, and having just lost his second father, seeing a child left behind on the battlefield stirred a protective instinct within him. With the help of his friend Chen Zixi, Zhang Yan defeated the Void King, the top general serving the master of the Ariat Pavilion. Though Chen Zixi was wounded and his current whereabouts are unknown, he appears to have survived. While fleeing his pursuers, Zhang Yan encountered Han Shangxun. She initially assumed Zhang Yan had been reckless with some girl and was now stuck raising a child. She was stunned to learn the baby had no blood relation to him at all. Who knew such a cold man could possess such a compassionate heart? For the sake of the child, Han helped Zhang Yan hold off their pursuers. Zhang Yan later went into hiding in the bamboo forest, changing his name to Zhang Wulang and severing ties with the major sects. During his seclusion, he and Han Shangxun raised you. He even created original martial arts styles, such as the Nameless Sword and Nameless Spear, to teach you. This is why so many people later recognize your connection to him. When you were 13, Zhang Yan received a letter asking him to rescue Qian Ying from the Tang of Jiangnan. As Qian Ying held clues regarding the dream puppet calamity, the disaster linked to the death of his foster father, Wang Qing. For a master like Zhang Yan, Rescuing someone was easy, yet the mission took him 3 years to complete. He returned to Qing just before the Blissful Retreat massacre. Sensing that the Jade Piece would bring you harm in the journey ahead, he disguised himself as the Man in Black and stole it to protect you. Afterward, Zhang Yan vanished once more, leaving no trace and offering no aid when the Aureate Pavilion attacked. Though he wears a cold mask, Zhang Yan is far from heartless. He simply rarely shows emotion. Ever since his foster father was framed and killed, he has sought the truth. Branded a traitor and a murderer, he has been forced to investigate from the shadows. What did Zhang Yan discover during his 3 years in Zhongnan? When he returned for the Jade, did he meet with Aunt Han? What is his plan? Perhaps we will have to wait a long time for the next clue. Until we meet again, young wanderer.
So Uncle Jiang visited and took the jade back. But then, yeah, he didn't help in the Aureate Pavilion attack on Blissful Retreat, which is kind of sad. Because a lot of people died. I think he could have saved a lot of them. So why was he not there? Huh. Let me check out the He trailer. I haven't seen it. Let's see it. He map official. 1 day ago, right? I think this is it.
The place within it. I've dreamed of it before. You have dreamed of it too. I need you to finish this painting.
Before my bed, a pool of light. Can it be frost, so sheer and white? I raise my head to watch the moon.
Then lower it, missing my hometown. On one side, there's He, our home. On the other, Chang'an, our other home. The soil is cursed. Dig a well, and we are doomed.
Your sword can't save them, so why bother?
No, sir. We'll make it back. Back to Chang'an!
Guan Yin, we'll go to Chang'an.
Chang'an
Me and
or
my Dawn
Chang'an?
Piercer are at your service.
Dawn Piercer.
Oaths devoured me. Traitors broke me. The tongue abandoned me. What sin did I commit to deserve this?
Who's that?
The Anshi army never retreats. Because my sword is their only hope.
Oh, it's becoming more powerful. Holy.
I vow to serve the nation, even if I never return.
We're getting more epic effects.
Does Anshi army still hold?
Chang'an has 100 moons. Enough.
Chang'an, they say it like
for
Chang'an,
everyone.
but can't recall. Is it translated wrong? I think it's Chang'an. And it must be pronounced.
We're going home.
Ooh. Big release coming in March. Massive Lion. Okay. There's some good content coming out. Gonna be some adventures, I'm sure. That'll be cool.
PlayStation.
Full story explained. Any new stuff? I think we've watched every video. Gaming industry in 2026. Bootbard. Who's behind this? Okay, I need to know.
Welcome to Kaifeng City, where just when you thought things had calmed down after Chapter 1, Chapter 2 kicks in, and suddenly the entire economy explodes. Copper coins vanish, Tang coins flood the market, the citizens starve, the officials get richer, and you, who just wanted to find Aunt Han, somehow get dragged into an ancient financial crisis bigger than a collapsed housing bubble. Amid the chaos appears Yingying, a woman who's smart, dangerous, and has so many schemes that you're not even sure if she's teaming up with you, or just using you as her latest chess piece. And just like that, you, an accidental bystander, become part of a master plan so big that even the Imperial Court would sigh if they knew. That's how Chapter 2 begins. Money gone, people suffering, officials shady, you confused, Yingying smiling. Now then, what's really going on here? First, let's take a look at what actually happened in this chapter. Many people lost their lives in the Blissful Retreat massacre, and Aunt Han has gone missing. Fortunately, you found a letter addressed to her. In it, the sender says their deal with Aunt Han has been accepted, and she must appear at the Heroes' Assembly. The meeting point is Wheatwind Bazaar outside Kaifeng. So, you board a boat from Heaven's Pier and set off to look for Aunt Han. When you arrive at Wheatwind Bazaar, you spot an elderly grandmother selling trinkets. Feeling a bit sorry for her, you buy one to show support. While you're mumbling the name of the person who wrote the letter, Wook, a woman approaches you, clearly trying to scam you into buying her basket. And as if that's not enough, suddenly everyone around you claims to be some sort of relative of this mysterious Wook and tries to sell you a treasure basin. Before you can even figure out what's going on, you're accused of ruining their business and get attacked by a group of thugs. They throw hidden weapons, knock your coin pouch to the ground, and, without missing a beat, that woman from earlier snatches it up and runs. Wait, are they all in on this together? Just when you're surrounded by the thugs, a beautiful young woman appears and rescues you. She introduces herself as Yingying, claiming to be one of the 4 keepers of Weiyang. You believe her? You've barely exchanged 2 sentences when she invites you to grab a meal together. The progress is aggressively fast. You like it? Sure, but it's a bit suspicious. Still,
You like it.
Since you're now completely broke, you swallow your pride and follow her for a free meal. From Yingying, you learn that a man named Wen Wook, also known as the Ember of East, is hosting the upcoming Heroes' Assembly at Revelry Hall. His goal is to stabilize Kaifeng's money shortage using a gold-making vessel to produce more currency. Currently, 2 types of coins are in circulation. Copper coins made from copper by the Song Dynasty, and Tang coins made from iron by the Tang of Zhongnong. The problem is, the Song Dynasty banned Tang coins, but they don't have enough copper to mint new coins, while iron is way too abundant. So if the gold-making vessel can create copper coins, all their problems would be solved. Honestly, this is your first time leaving your village. Who knew the world was this weird? As the food arrives, Yingying asks to taste the jar of wine you've been carrying. This wine holds precious memories from the Blissful Retreat, so you refuse, saying it's for family only. At that moment, Yingying's attitude flips instantly. Turns out she only invited you to eat so she could drink your wine. When you start getting suspicious, she suddenly clutches her stomach, claims she needs the bathroom, and vanishes. After you finish eating, you can't find Yingying anywhere. The waiter brings you a note. And surprise, this kind-hearted woman has decided to pass on to you the secret to becoming rich. Sell your precious jar of wine for starting capital. Then read the next page. At this point, you finally understand. The Jongwoo is truly ruthless. Scammers everywhere. She said she was treating you to a meal, but in the end, she ran off without paying. Faced with the prospect of staying behind to wash dishes at the inn, you reluctantly decide to try Yingying's method. To your surprise, it actually works. You pawn your precious jar of wine and earn a pretty sizable amount of money. Turns out becoming a scammer isn't that hard after all. Following the instructions in Yingying's brigade bag, you buy a batch of grain at a cheap price and plan to sell it to someone who will pay more. But the world is small, painfully small. You run straight into Old Jin, the scammer you exposed back in Chapter 1. He demands to help you and asks for a small commission, or else he'll expose the fact that the young master of Blissful Retreat is still alive. You're furious, but you have no other choice and agree. The two of you go find the Dao Lord's buyer for the grain, only to see the buyer is a little girl. After being scammed all the time since arriving in the city, your scam radar is extremely sensitive. Because of that, you immediately notice that 80% of the payment is in Tang coins. Another few seconds, and you would have been broke again. You sell the grain to another merchant instead, then take the money back to the inn to reclaim your jar of wine, but it's already been bought by someone else. That familiar
It's just a complete recap of the story.
Nothing in this world goes as expected. You
I don't know if it's explaining anything, though.
Give little Jin his commission and send him away, then force the girl to lead you to Revelry Hall, threatening to hand her over to the authorities if she refuses. Her name is Little Fu, and she looks even younger than Ruby, yet she's clearly far more experienced in the ways of the Jongwoo. She calls you a
Mirage Boat again.
in some glamorous city. To correct your misunderstanding, she brings you up to the city wall to show you the real Kaifeng, a place filled with cries of suffering from the common people. Continuing toward Revelry Hall, you're stopped at an inspection point. The soldiers here check if anyone is using Tang coins. Offenders will be punished immediately. Earlier, because you didn't want to waste money, you kept the Tang coins from Little Fu. Now your greed has come back to bite you. You resist the soldiers, but there are too many. You and Little Fu are cornered. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a flock of chickens rushes in and starts attacking the soldiers. Someone is basically playing real-life Angry Birds with the guards. Taking advantage of the distraction, a man pulls you to safety. This chubby fellow is called Big Zhao, and strangely enough, everyone in town seems eager to help him. After seeing your fighting
This is
technique,
not
he assumes you're from the Zhao family
explaining
and rescues you. Since you want to
who's
enter
in
Revelry
charge.
Heroes
Let
Assembly,
me skip
but don't
through
have
the
an invitation,
video.
Big Zhao uses his connections to sneak you in. Coincidentally, you're distracted and reach over.
I know what happens.
Suddenly,
I
you
played
become
it,
the prime
man.
suspect. Think about it. If the townspeople sang the Song of Mercy, but you didn't have the life coin with you, or if you weren't fighting Lord Chai at that exact moment, the whole plan would have come. Think about it. If the townspeople sang that copper coins have been disappearing.
Alright, let's see. Maybe this is
It's
explanation.
no wonder things feel a bit more confusing than Chapter 1. So let's untangle a few threads. First, Chapter 2 revolves around the severe copper coin shortage in Kaifeng, the sudden flood of Tang coins, and the ban on Tang coins that pushed ordinary people into misery. But why was there a copper shortage at all? Where did all the copper coins go? Was someone behind it? From Hong Sai Scroll, we learn that copper coins have been disappearing little by little. Someone must have been hoarding them on purpose to create this crisis. With no copper coins left, people turned to Tang coins. But because the Song dynasty wanted to protect the value of their own currency, they banned Tang coins, leaving citizens unable to even buy food. So one person decided to step forward with an extremely elaborate plan to save everyone. Yingying. Using a hidden identity, the Ember of East, she used her connections to call heroes to the heroes.
Pentap 1776 says, "What you looking for?"
But instead of Aunt Han, you showed up at Wheatwood Bazaar. If you didn't already know, Yingying actually waited there for 3 days straight until she saw you getting ganged up on by thugs. Why did she help you and invite you to eat? Not because you're the protagonist, okay? Her real target was your jar of wine. Stealing it was her main objective. So she scammed you into owing Yingying money.
Hello. I'm looking for an explanation. This video says it's gonna explain. It says Where Winds Meet Chapter 2 full story explained, the real conspiracy behind Kaifeng. So I kinda wanna know, he's gonna explain like who's behind things. Because I kinda understand it from the story I watched, but I kinda wanna see if I'm missing something. I feel like in this game I'm always missing something. Like, I played a story, I read the lore a little bit, but I kind of understand what's happening, but then there's things that I don't know about. So I'm kind of digging in this video to find out a little bit more about what's going on. He says he's going to explain, so we'll see.
Then the protagonist, okay? Her real target was your jar of wine.
Okay, let me rewind
Instead
this.
of a gold
So I know everything that happened. Like, that was just a recap of the story.
First, Chapter 2 revolves around a severe copper coin shortage.
Okay, so it's copper shortage.
A sudden flood of Tang coins.
Flood
and
of
the ban
Tang
on
coins.
Tang coins that pushed ordinary people
Tang coins
into misery.
makes
Why
them
was there
miserable.
a copper shortage at all?
So
Where
somebody's
did all the
hoarding
copper
the copper
coins go?
coins.
Was someone behind it? From Hong Sai Scroll, we learn that copper coins have been
Pentap
disappearing little by little.
1776
Someone must have
says,
been hoarding
Hoarding
on
them.
I
purpose
don't
Is it
think
the
they let all the
god
info
of
out
greed?
yet.
with no copper coins left, people turned to Tang coins. But because the Song dynasty wanted to protect the value of their own currency, they banned Tang coins, leaving citizens unable to even buy food.
Hold on a second. I don't think they let all the info out yet. Well, I mean, okay, maybe. But maybe this guy knows something. Let's see what he has to say.
So one person decided to step forward with an extremely elaborate plan to save everyone.
Does this make sense so far?
Using a hidden identity.
It's all facts
the
that we
Ember of
know.
East, she used her
Ember of
connections
East
to call
came over,
heroes to the Heroes
pretend
Assembly,
be this
and announced
Yingying
the
girl,
gifting of a
said giving it its gold-making vessel or copper coins, whatever.
Aunt Han had been invited to take part in this.
Aunt Han was invited.
But instead
We
of
showed
Aunt
up
Han,
instead.
You showed up at Wheatwing Bazaar. If you didn't already know, Ying actually waited there for 3 days straight until she saw you getting ganged up on by thugs. Why did she help you and invite you to eat? Not because you're the protagonist, okay? Her real target.
Oh, she saw the jar of wine. Why did she want the jar of
It
wine?
was her main objective.
Why did she want to steal
So
it?
she scammed you into owing the inn money, then told you how to pawn your wine jar.
Entap 1776 says. Also, we're about a year behind the Chinese servers, so he might have more info.
Velvet Shade to set up the staged heroes assembly for her. Once the jar was gone, you weren't all that useful anymore. So she let Little Fu scam you again by using Tang coin.
We're about a year behind the Chinese servers, so he might have. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. So you think it's going to be spoilers? But this, so far, his explanation is consistent with what happened in the story. It's just that it wasn't explained very clearly, because we do know that we came back to the waiter. The waiter said, "Oh, it was sold by some handsome guy. Sold to some handsome guy." And that handsome guy, I think we could say, was Ying. So, and she was the only one who knew that the waiter had the jar, right? So it must have been her who bought it. And this explanation of her paying the Velvet Shade, who organized it, maybe that's somewhere in the, I don't know, thousands of books and stuff we're collecting. There's so many of them, I can't read them. I mean, I could read them, but I haven't.
Entap 1776 says.
Let's watch on a little bit more. Let's see. Okay.
Tears was what she needed to pay Velvet Shade to set up the staged heroes assembly for her. Once the jar was gone, you weren't all that useful anymore. So she let Little Fu scam you again by using Tang coins to.
Okay. What'd you say? Yeah, she admitted it later. She might have. She said something to us when she did her farewell, I think, or something. Anyway, let's continue watching.
Buy your grain.
Okay, so let's watch this.
Was what she needed to pay Velvet Shade to set up the staged heroes assembly for her. Once the jar was gone, you weren't all that useful anymore. So she let Little Fu
Entap 1776 says. Yeah.
Basically teaching you that the Zhonghu is dangerous and you should keep your nose out
She
of
did
it.
tell.
But Little Fu messed up, and that accident led you to meet Big Zhao. He helped you because he thought you were from the Zhong family, specifically referring to Zhong Yan. Since your sword skills were taught by Uncle
definitely
Zhong.
thought you were
This wasn't
related
the
to
first
Uncle
time
Zhang.
someone recognized your sword style, which proves Zhong Yan's reputation is pretty well known. From there, Big Zhao helped you sneak into the heroes' assembly, and somehow you ended up being the prime suspect. Sure, the gold-making vessel was fake and everyone had fallen for Yingying's illusion, but someone had to steal the vessel to keep the act from falling apart. That someone was Dao Lord, the current sect master of the 9 mortal ways. Who would have thought Dao Lord was actually the combined form of the 3 Little Fu sisters? Not only did they cooperate with Yingying's gold-making vessel trick, they were also responsible for smuggling huge amounts of Tang coins into Kaifeng. When you interrogated them, they repeatedly mentioned their master and his vision of saving the people of Kaifeng, but they never revealed who he truly was.
So
Their
that's
ideals match
Yingying.
Yingying's, but it's likely someone else
Oh,
is
someone
involved,
else.
because just Dao Lord and the Ember of East wouldn't be enough to carry out such a massive scheme.
Oh,
of
okay.
course, if you complete certain side quests, you'll uncover more characters connected to this conspiracy, like this guy, for example.
Zhang
After
Yi.
stealing Hong Sai's scroll and getting chased, you accidentally hid in the very same place where Yingying and the little sisters were. That was definitely not part of Yingying's plan. But after seeing you stand up to Lord Shai multiple times, she recognized your sense of justice. From that moment, you truly became part of her plan, especially when she handed you the brocade pouch containing the life coin. Think about it. If the townspeople sang the Song of Mercy, but you didn't have the life coin with you, or if you weren't fighting Lord Shai at that exact moment, the whole plan would have collapsed. It almost feels like the protagonist is being moved around the chessboard, every step guided by Yingying's design. She needed to let herself get captured so you would storm the furnace. As for Lord Shai, this chubby magistrate turned out to possess insane martial arts skills and could even withstand Yingying's life coin strike. According to the game, he's originally from Weiyong, and it's considered the god of avarice. Unlike Yingying, who was cast out of Weiyong, Lord Shai abandoned the city because he wasn't respected. He brought Weiyong's martial arts with him, joined the Ariat Pavilion, and had them alter his face to replace the real Lord Shai. So this man had two identities: Mystic Supervisor of Ariat Pavilion and Magistrate of Kaifeng Prefecture, which means the Ariat Pavilion might very well be behind the copper coin shortage, especially since Lord Shi's room is overflowing with money and treasure. Now, about Big Zhao. With that kind of body, there's no way he's one of the starving commoners of Kaifeng. Everywhere he goes, he has connections, people ready to help him, pull strings for him, or at least pretend they don't see him breaking rules. Add to that the fact that he has a relative serving as the prefect of Kaifeng, and his ordinary citizen identity becomes, let's just say, questionable. And near the end of the chapter, a man in imperial yellow robes appears, someone whose build and posture look suspiciously similar to Big Zhao's. The likelihood is extremely high that Big Zhao is actually Zhao Kunying, the emperor of the Song dynasty, disguised and traveling in secret to observe the state of his people. Throughout the chapter, we can clearly see how he avoids breaking the law, supports the confiscation of Tang coins, and tries to act like a model citizen. But after living among the common folk, he realizes that the very policies meant to protect people from Tang coins were being twisted by corrupt officials, causing the people to suffer even more. In the end, he's forced to reveal his imperial identity and personally intervene to help the citizens.
I don't know if he revealed
summarize Chapter 2. Yes, the people were suffering because of the copper coin shortage and the Tang coin situation. And yes, Yingying launched the gold-making vessel plan to draw the court's attention to Kaifeng and push them into helping the people. All very reasonable, but that's only the tip of the iceberg. So let's dive into the real conspiracy behind Chapter 2.
Oh, there's more.
Big Zhao mentioned that ending the war quickly would spare countless lives, just like how Granny Turtle lost both her son and daughter to war. This tells us something important. The Song dynasty is still engaged in warfare with surrounding regions, specifically internal rebellions in Jinghu and campaigns against Zhongnan and Shu. In wartime, sabotaging the enemy's economy is a legitimate strategy. The flood of Tang coins into Kaifeng, that's no coincidence.
So it could be
That's an
Zhongnan?
operation carried out by some organization. It might
Like
be the
Southern
Ariat
Tang.
Pavilion, a group
Or Ariat
affiliated
Pavilion.
with the Zhongnan
Yeah,
people.
Zhongnan, Southern
Or it
Tang.
might be the Zhongnan court itself,
Yeah.
since Tang coins are minted there.
If they're
As
minted
for
there, yeah.
Yingying, she was once the emperor of East in Weiyang City, but was cast out after a major incident. She lived peacefully in Kaifeng with Granny Turtle, until the Tang coin confiscation policy hit. That's when she decided she would both save Kaifeng's people and take revenge on the forces in Weiyang. But martial arts alone aren't enough. She needed backing, and she even told Granny Turtle, "I'm going to make the biggest deal of my life," meaning she had already joined hands with powerful forces to put her plan into motion. So what was the real purpose behind the gold-making vessel plan? It all hinged on Yingying's title as the God of Fortune, a symbol of wealth and abundance. Sure, a vessel that creates money sounds absurd, but it gave the people of Kaifeng hope. The Heroes' Assembly was designed to attract the Imperial Court's attention to Kaifeng's crisis. Even though the vessel was fake, once the show succeeded, everyone believed it was real. Then came the staged theft, and the rumor that the court had retrieved it. All of this placed even more pressure on the Imperial government. The protagonist's battle with Lord Shai only emphasized one thing. Corrupt officials had abused the Tang coin confiscation policy to enrich themselves while harming the people. This entire theatrical performance was staged for the eyes of the Imperial Court, especially for Zhao Kunying, the new ruler of Kaifeng at the time. That name already sounds suspiciously similar to Big Zhao, doesn't it? But from the start, Zhao Kuan-yin was the one who insisted on confiscating Tang coins rather than exchanging copper coins for the people. Why? Because the army desperately needed war funds to deal with the Jinghu rebellions. Yet, after witnessing the suffering of the people firsthand as Big Zhao, he realized that destroying the people's trust would destabilize the entire dynasty. So in the end, the court agreed to exchange Tang coins for copper coins. And with that decision, the Song dynasty's treasury suffered a heavy blow, enough to delay their planned invasion of Zhongnan. And that delay was the true objective of the mastermind. So what does Ying Ying gain? If her only goal were to save Kaifeng's people, why does she later plan to return to Weiyang? She said it herself, she wants revenge. She wants to reclaim everything taken from her in Weiyang.
Yeah, she was gonna
so
take
now
over
it makes
again.
sense. After successfully draining the Song dynasty's treasury and halting their invasion of Zhongnan, the powers in Zhongnan would, in return, support Ying Ying in seizing power in Weiyang City. That,
Wait, what?
perhaps, is the biggest in
What?
seizing
What?
power
What? What?
purposefully drain-
Okay. Successfully draining the Song. What? She made a deal with the Jiangnan? Is that what he's saying? She wants to reclaim everything taken. She said she'd go back and she'd take over, and she said, when you visit me, I'll be in power and then I could help you find Anhan. She did say that. So he's saying that she made a deal with Jiangnan. What?
taken from her in Weiyang. So now it makes sense. After successfully draining the Song dynasty's treasure,
Song dynasty. That's this dynasty. That's Zhao's dynasty. So drain the treasury and halting their invasion of Jiangnan. So she's kind of... Wow, that's crazy. So she did that for Jiangnan so that Song would halt their invasion. So now Jiangnan's going to help her regain power in Weiyang. Wow, that's crazy.
776 says, that was with the exchange of money.
seizing power in Weiyang City. That, perhaps, is the biggest deal of her life. Now the big questions.
That was with the exchange of money. She said this? You mean the exchange? Because Zhao, Big Zhao, the emperor, whatever king, whatever of the Song dynasty, he said, oh, my people are suffering, so now I decided I'm going to trade the Tang coins for copper. Which meant that now they don't have the military power to attack
76 says,
southern
that's how it happened,
Tang.
yes.
Huh. Okay, because he was going to conquer southern Tang. Okay, okay. See, I missed this stuff. I missed this stuff in the game because I mean, I mean, it's, hey, we beat the God of Avarice. I'm like, yeah, I completed it. And now there's a little wrap up with Ying Ying, and she was the Emperor of the East. Okay, yeah, cool. And then Zhao was the Emperor, yay, or whatever. But what does it all mean? Like, why did they do what they did, right? I thought Ying Ying just did it because she wanted to help the people of the city. But he's saying she did it because she wanted revenge too.
Entap 1776 says,
not as
lol im on 5th
pure as we thought. Okay, okay.
Who exactly struck this deal with Ying Ying? Who else took part in the gold-making vessel scheme? Will you be able to find Aunt Han at
Entap
Velvet Shade?
1776 says, still trying to connect all the dots.
5th playthrough? Are you kidding me? What are you talking about? What do you mean 5th playthrough? How could you have a 5th playthrough? I mean, I have 2 characters, so I did 2 playthroughs. You must be 2.5 times more knowledgeable about this as me. 2 launchers. Yeah, I got 2 accounts in Steam, and I made 2 accounts.
Pentap 1007.
I mean, yeah, you could make a lot of characters, yeah.
2 launchers.
Each of us can make 6 characters, right? I think, or 7. Yeah. Are you like making them so you have like resources to farm, or for the swallow event?
I'm not currently interested in contracting for any artwork. If you ask about it, I'm going to ban you.
I made so I have 2 accounts. I made 3 new characters on each of those accounts so that I could have 3, yeah, the partnership or something like that. I made 3 so that I could invite 3 of them
for the partnership.
for the the Honk Cup event or something? Not Honk Cup. No, it was the what is it? Partnership. Recommended. Fledglings of Spring. The Fledglings of Spring event. I did that one. Where you invite 3 characters, 3 new players, and then if they get to level 30, you get some cosmetic. You get a swallow cosmetic. I did that one. For both my accounts. So I made 6 new accounts and leveled them all up to 30. Just to get some cosmetics.
Water Lady, Anne Han, is known for her face-changing skills. Could the Aria Pavilion have targeted her in Chapter 1 to silence her for altering Lord Shi's face?
Cool. Yeah, I found, man, they did that, and also they have the double rewards event, so that really helped to get them to 30. I basically just started the game, got them to the point where they got to Heaven's Pier, and then found the outposts and just ran outposts for like a day and a half. Used all of their energy to get them leveled up to 30. I may actually progress them all the way to Kai Feng. Oh man, but then we're going to be farming Hussy. Maybe I need to progress them all the way there if I want to use them as farming accounts. Anyway, right now I'm not playing those accounts. I'm just leaving them at 30. Anyway, let's finish this video.
All of this.
So he says right here, biggest deal of her life.
Now the big questions: Who exactly
struck this deal with Ying Ying?
Who else took part in the gold-making vessel scheme? Will you be able to find Aunt Han at Velvet Shade? And if Water Lady, Aunt Han, is known for her face-changing skills, could the Aria Pavilion have targeted her in Chapter 1 to silence her for altering Lord Shi's face?
I don't think she would.
Streamulment says,
so stay tuned.
Join our Discord to be notified when streams start. https://discordgg/cxcvc.
Did Aunt Han alter Lord Shi's face? Like, who else could have done it? But why would she do it, though? I don't think she's against the Song Dynasty and for the Jiangnan and the Southern Tang. Why would she help the Southern Tang? You jump around the farm. Yeah, that makes sense.
If you like the stream, be sure to follow so you'll be notified when I go live.
Alright, let's see. This was the Loot Bard. This is 2 months ago. Chapter 1 full story. Okay, maybe he'll tell us some stuff I don't know.
The tale begins in the Song Dynasty. Deep within a bamboo forest, a man named Zhong Yan was fleeing with a newborn baby in his arms. Just as Zhong Yan was running for his life, an old friend appeared, carrying wine and offering help. Unfortunately, their reunion lasted about 3 seconds because their pursuers were already closing in behind them. And you were there too. No, not the 2 grown men. You, the crying potato of a baby. The 2 men quickly mounted a horse and rode off, chased relentlessly by the enemies who wanted 2 things. First, the pendant Zhong Yan had stolen, and second, Zhong Yan's head, preferably separated from his body. Before long, Zhong Yan's horse was taken down, leaving the 2 men cornered with nowhere to run. They now had to confront the Void King himself. Although Zhong Yan had been expelled from the Well of Heaven Sect, he remained a true master. With just a few sword moves, he overpowered the Void King. But when the enemy was subdued, he suddenly lunged in a desperate final strike. Right at that critical moment, when lives hung by a thread, Zhong Yan froze, as if bewitched by some sinister spell. But then, your loud baby wailing snapped him back to reality. Reality, which was painfully cruel, because his friend had thrown himself into the path of that fatal blow, shielding Zhong Yan, and had fallen. A strange blue firefly-like creature flew out of the Void King, as if controlling him, returning to its mysterious master. And that master looked suspiciously like Sephiroth. Just kidding, let's continue. After that tragic day, Zhong Yan retreated to a remote village, raising you in hiding. Under his strict training, you learned martial arts and dreamed daily of wandering the land like a great hero. Time passed faster than a sword slash. You grew into a handsome young man, though this is hardly the right time to brag, because you were suddenly attacked by a man in black. Even with your impressive sword skills, you were no match for him. He tossed you around like he was playing a game. Then, noticing the valuable pendant you wore, he struck you away, stole it, and, strangely, didn't kill you. He simply tapped your pressure point, knocking you unconscious, and walked off. You had no idea how long you were out. When you finally woke up, a young girl was enthusiastically slapping your face. That was Ruby. She had arranged to go shopping with you, only to find you sleeping in the dirt, which, understandably, made her furious. You told Ruby to wait while you checked Zhong Yan's house. Inside, you found a letter. The writer said his disciple had been captured nearby while investigating a disaster soon to come, and he was asking for Zhong Yan's help. Strangely, the memorial tablet had been cleaned and incense was freshly burned. Could your Uncle Zhong have returned to attend the upcoming festival? You went back outside and continued the trip with Ruby to the general's shrine to shop. Along the way, you somehow learned archery. Then Taikai. From a bear. Yes, a bear. Don't question it. When you arrived, the traveling merchants had set up an arena with a prize for the winner. Ruby, who reached the place before you, had already paid the entry fee on your behalf. So now you had no choice. You had to win that prize for her. You stepped into the arena to face a disciple from the Well of Heaven Sect, but he was far too weak. You defeated him in under 2 minutes. Once again, that strange blue firefly flew out of his eye and returned to its master. Could the pursuers from years ago still be lurking around you? After winning and going to claim your reward, you found Ruby being scammed into buying overpriced goods. Thankfully, you were smart enough to help her get the hero's book she wanted. In that book was the tale of the hero Yi Dao. Ruby, now only lacking a horse to complete her dream hero image, quickly ran off to watch the horse dancing performance. Dusk settled in, and it was time to head home. But the merchants had so many fascinating things that Ruby refused to leave. She decided to travel with the merchant leader, Guang, and asked you to tell her father. After swinging by Heaven's Spear to report to Ruby's father, you quickly hurry back to see Aunt Han. If you return late, she might really make you kneel in the corner again. Though everyone calls her Aunt Han, she's neither married nor old. In fact, she's strikingly beautiful. You tell her about the jade pendant being stolen, but she doesn't care about the pendant at all, only whether you are her. With the festival approaching, the tavern is packed with customers, yet you keep rambling on about wandering the Zhonghu until Aunt Han loses patience and kicks you out to serve drinks. While serving, you overhear all sorts of interesting gossip, especially about the villain Killerblade. People claim he's been seen in this region, so everyone is on high alert. When you bring wine to a VIP room, you find a stunning young woman enjoying the scenery from the balcony. You're still thinking of what to say when she suddenly starts flirting with you first. Before you can even ask for her name, Aunt Han barges in, ruins the moment, and orders you to fetch more wine. What a shame.
Yep.
You still don't know who that girl was.
Ruin the
when
moment.
you reach the wine storeroom, you find smashed jars everywhere. The servant has no idea what happened because he snuck out earlier to play. Following the trail of broken shards, you realize a fight must have taken place. Venturing deeper inside, you discover several freshly killed bodies. One man is barely alive, and you try to carry him out. But before you can escape, a murderer drops from above and slashes at you. You use your family techniques to defend yourself, but facing such a seasoned killer, you eventually lose the upper hand. Fortunately, the moment he recognizes your martial style, he decides not to kill you. He bluntly states his purpose. He's here looking for Han Shangshu, and he wants you to lead the way. Knowing this man must be Killerblade, and that he's after Aunt Han, you cleverly pretend your leg is injured so you can't walk. Killerblade simply ties you up and throws you over his horse. After a while, you seize the moment when he's distracted and manage to escape, rushing back to warn Aunt Han. But inexplicably, at such an important moment, she's nowhere to be found. Dudu tells you that his master is the same, sometimes disappearing and reappearing like a ghost. He suspects something is going on between the two of them and suggests you search the second floor of the Evercare clinic. He's already lured his master outside, so you can investigate safely. Upstairs, you don't find Aunt Han. Instead, you find chests overflowing with money. It's hard to believe treating patients could earn this much. Following the clues, you jump down a dry well behind the clinic. It's dark inside, guarded by faceless figures. You uncover records involving stolen and swapped faces, and the handwriting looks very much like Aunt Han's. Could this be the clinic's true business? Cosmetic surgery? you sneak into another room filled with gold and jewelry, along with martial arts manuals from various sects. Being a martial arts enthusiast, you quickly begin practicing the techniques. But after a short while, dizziness strikes and your inner energy turns chaotic. Are you suffering from chi deviation? You faint. When you regain consciousness, you find yourself somewhere else entirely. A girl approaches you. Her voice sounds like Anne Hans, yet her face is the same as the crush you met yesterday. She attacks without warning, forcing you to fight back even if she looks familiar. Suddenly, you wake up again. Huh? Was the whole thing just a hard demon triggered by practicing those techniques? Stepping out of that strange chamber, you run into Dudu again. He's completely shaken after seeing everything down here, and even more stunned when he realizes he isn't actually an orphan. He has parents. He even has a brother. Back in Aunt Han's room, you find several intriguing items, including hints about the man she holds dear. From the looks of it, you might call him Uncle Chu. That's when Killerblade appears. He pretended to let you go earlier, so you would lead him here. A true martial world veteran, always 2 steps ahead. And he isn't the only one who shows up. A whole group of assassins suddenly storms in to capture Aunt Han, and while at it, decides to grab you too as well. You and Killerblade fight side by side, blending blades perfectly, cutting down the assassins. Once again, you use the old trick of leave a bug alive and let it crawl home. And what do you know? Those assassins all gather at a ruined temple. Killerblade reveals that Aunt Han stole the secrets of many people, so they want her dead. The two of you decide to infiltrate the temple, but you, being you, use him as bait. Inside the temple, you discover Ruby and Merchant Guang tied up. After rescuing them, you confront the horse dancer. He's in some kind of deranged trance, controlling his horse to attack you. Just when you think you've won, the horse snaps back to life and charges madly. Luckily, Aunt Han arrives just in time and kills it with a flying dagger. She rushes outside to help Killerblade. Turns out those two aren't enemies after all. Great, so you worried for nothing. Back home, Aunt Han scolds you relentlessly for being reckless and forces you to copy punishment lines and reflect on your behavior. The moment she leaves, you spot Ruby peeking through the window. Perfect. You immediately convince her to copy the punishment for you, promising to take her to meet Killerblade. Naturally, who would turn down the chance to meet a hero? You head to Aunt Han's room and find her speaking with Killerblade, whose real name is Yi Dao. It turns out they've known each other for a long time. Yi Dao came here on the orders of Chu Qingquan, seeking the secret Zhong Yan carried, but Aunt Han refuses to reveal anything. Killerblade tells her that Chu Qingquan is gone. Hearing this leaves Aunt Han devastated and furious. She dumps all her precious aged wine into the lake, declaring this place compromised and the enemy likely to arrive soon. She orders you to pack your things. You're leaving tomorrow morning. But if you obediently follow her, you may never see the true Zhong Hu, so you decide you'll slip away tonight. Still unsure, you ask Ruby's opinion. Obviously, she chooses adventure over listening to her parents. However, if she gets caught, she'll blame you for dragging her along. Truly a loyal friend. You take Ruby to meet Killerblade and tell him you want to join him in searching for Uncle Zhong. He agrees and sets a meeting for tonight. Before leaving, he gifts Ruby a horse. You and Ruby ride home. On the way, you tell her you'll be leaving and she must stay behind to lead everyone. You give her a scarlet cape and promise that someday, the two of you will become twin wanderers of the world. You meet Dudu again. He's about to board a ship. Now that he remembers so much of his past, he wants to look for his hometown. Your task now is to pack. Over the years, you've hidden your treasured belongings and the best wine beneath a tower. You retrieve them, then return to your room to write a farewell letter to Aunt Han, hoping she won't stay angry. At the meeting place, you find Yi Dao drinking. The two of you talk about Chu Qingquan. He once fought Yi Dao, but he also saved him. The two men became friends. In his final moments, Chu entrusted Yi Dao with a mission. Go to Aunt Han and retrieve the secret Zhong Yan left behind. And that's why Yi Dao is entangled in all of this. While taking one last look at the land where you grew up, you suddenly notice from afar a group of assassins arriving by boat and attacking the village. You immediately try to return to protect everyone, but Yi Dao disagrees. He stops you because it seems he already knows for whom Zhong Yan and Aunt Han are doing all of this. The two of you clash, and after fighting for a while, Yi Dao finally gives into your stubborn determination and has no choice but to lead you back to save the villagers. After rescuing Ruby and several others, everyone gathers at the central tower, the only place where the fire has not reached. They cannot escape because someone has turned the area into a maze formation. No matter how experienced Yi Dao is, he is only skilled in combat. He does not know how to break such formations. If someone could reach the rocky mountain ridge and guide them from above, everyone would be able to determine a direction and escape. Upon hearing that, Ruby's heroic spirit awakens. She volunteers to take the underground tunnel to circle around to the mountain ridge and guide everyone. Of course you refuse, and you tie Ruby's hands and entrust her to Merchant Guang to watch over. You, Yi Dao, and the others defend the outside of the tower from wave after wave of assassins. After a long period of holding out against their ferocious attacks, you glance toward the mountain ridge and see something fluttering in the wind, a red cape. You freeze, thinking, could it be? You immediately rush inside the tower to find Ruby, but she is no longer there. Regret hits you like a blade, because you forgot to tie her legs. Ruby has now run off and put herself in danger. At that moment, the assassins also notice Ruby and begin firing arrows at the mountain. Although Ruby's horse uses its own body to block many arrows for her, she cannot escape the arrow loosed by Qianye the witch. Driven mad with rage, you charge into the assassins and slaughter them alongside Yi Dao. The witch appears, and you recognize her as someone who once drank at the tavern. Consumed by hatred, you strike her with such force that the ground collapses beneath you both, sending you falling below. When you awaken, you and Yi Dao join forces again to fight her. But she is not only skilled in martial arts, she also wields dark sorcery and drags you into an illusion. After overcoming the illusion, you awaken once more and continue battling beside Yi Dao. But by now the assassins have gathered in overwhelming numbers, and the situation is becoming hopeless. The two of you drink wine and fight back to back like true comrades. In that moment, even if you were to die there, you feel you would have no regrets. But during the fight, Yi Dao knocks you out of the room with a satisfied, peaceful expression. Then he throws a fire lantern toward the jars of wine you've secretly stored for years. A series of massive explosions erupts inside. From the outside, you can only watch in shock, pain, and helplessness. Days later, while you are visiting Yi Dao's grave, the horse he gave to Ruby appears beside you. Miraculously, it survived the rain of arrows that day. You feel an overwhelming sense of relief because your last bonds with Yi Dao and Ruby are still alive. And now, you will not have to walk into the Zhonghu alone. Chapter 1 ends here, and of course we're left with many questions waiting to be answered. Returning to the very beginning of the game, when Zhong Yan was being hunted, his pursuers said that he killed his own father and stole the jade. This tells us their objective was to retrieve the jade, not to kill the protagonist, you. So why did Zhong Yan bring you along in his escape, even though you are not necessarily his biological son? The logical explanation is that the jade shard is connected to you, which is why you've been wearing it since childhood. And usually, such a jade symbolizes identity. This strongly suggests that the protagonist is not an ordinary commoner. Supporting this theory, during Zhong Yan's battle, there was a moment where he froze as memories surfaced. If you look closely, images of the imperial court and the emperor appear, but mixed in are faint images of Ruby, Yi Dao, and a young man wearing a jade pendant. This gives the impression that the flashback is mingled with a flash forward. It feels as if the owner of the Blue Firefly used sorcery to peer into both the past and future connected to Zhong Yan. As for the owner of the Blue Firefly, aside from giving off a villainous or reminiscent of Sephiroth, Chapter 1 reveals very little about him. But one scene shows the Blue Firefly appearing when the protagonist is already grown, meaning this mysterious figure has been silently watching you your whole life. Now about the man in black, the one who steals your jade pendant. Why did he not harm you and only take the jade? Naturally, you would suspect he might be someone familiar, and indeed, comparing the eyes, nose, and facial scars, his identity matches Zhong Yan almost perfectly. So why would Zhong Yan take your jade? My personal theory is, Zhong Yan knows you are about to step into the Zhonghu, and carrying the jade would expose your identity and draw disaster. Stealing it is his way of protecting you. Next, some players might not know who the Water Lady is. She is Aunt Han, real name Han Shangxun. Those who visited Blissful Retreat would know her as the beautiful tavern owner, Madame Han. But behind the scenes, she secretly collaborates with the owner of Evercare Clinic, engaging in covert operations involving face alteration and amassing an enormous underground fund. With abilities like these, Aunt Han must have stolen countless secrets from numerous factions, including the martial arts manual containing techniques from various sects that you accidentally found. Naturally, the Water Lady becomes an enemy to many organizations, leading to the Blissful Retreat massacre. Why did the horse dancer attack you? Back at the General's Shrine, the Blue Firefly flew toward a certain person. Comparing the clothes and the drum, that person was clearly the horse dancer. However, when facing you, the horse dancer acted as if he had lost his mind. So it's likely he was also a victim, his mind manipulated by someone. After you defeated him, Merchant Guang revealed that he had met the horse dancer at the Western Post Station. Both his horse and a beautiful woman with him had a glowing powder beneath their feet. The woman was so stunning that you would immediately recognize her if you saw her. So in Chapter 1, there is only one person this is pointing to, Qianye. This is the hint that tells us she is extremely dangerous, and her purpose for coming here. Qianye, the Witch of the Arya Pavilion, was dispatched to wipe out everything connected to Aunt Han. She cast the maze formation to prevent anyone from escaping, but Ruby sacrificed herself heroically to help many villagers flee. After Yi Dao triggered the explosion, he appears to have died. The scene of you visiting his grave supports this. Who pulled you out of the explosion? Judging from the sleeve, it is likely Aunt Han, meaning she is still alive. As for Qianye, her fate remains unanswered. She will return in the future.
I saw that sleeve. I'm like, who's the sleeve? It's her sleeve.
Han. She cast the maze formation. Yi Dao triggered the explosion. He appears to have died. The scene of you visiting his grave supports this. Who pulled you out of the explosion?
Is that her sleeve? It's got like white underneath red.
Judging from the sleeve, it is likely Aunt Han.
Yeah, that's her sleeve. So she watched Yi Dao die. And she didn't fight in the Battle of Blissful Retreat. Oh, but maybe she saved Ruby. Because Ruby's not dead. I don't think Ruby's dead. Because we don't see Ruby in the Blissful Retreat Heaven area. I think the Heaven area is where all the dead people are. But we see Yi Dao there, but we don't see Ruby. So I think Ruby's still alive, and Aunt Han saved Ruby and you, but not Yi Dao, unfortunately.
meaning she is still alive. As for Qianye, her fate remains unanswered. She may return in the future. Then there's Zhu Qingguang, a name mentioned often since Yi Dao the
He'll
Killer
probably
appeared.
return.
In short,
Because they
he
didn't
was the
find the
man
body.
An Han loved, and also the one who once saved Yi Dao. Before
She's
he
probably-
died in battle, he asked Yi Dao
Is
to
she
meet
going
An
to
Han
search
and
for her
obtain Zhang Yan's secret. There are still many mysteries left unresolved. For example, what exactly is the dream puppet Calamity? What is Zhang Yan's true identity? Who was Zhang Yan's father? Who is the real master of Evercare Clinic? What is the full story of An Han's romance? What happened 16 years ago? What legacy did Ruby leave behind? And many more. All of these will gradually be revealed in future videos. If you're interested in the story and lore of Where Winds Meet, make sure to subscribe for more.
Truth about Ruby. Should I watch the truth about Ruby?
Videos. If you're interested in the story and lore of Where Winds...
Alright, I want to see what's this truth about Ruby.
Did Ruby really die? During the massacre,
I don't think she died.
We all saw that arrow flying straight toward Ruby. But after that, the main story doesn't really give us a clear confirmation. So, is she actually gone? Well, if you run around Heaven's Pier long enough, you'll eventually find your answer. And this
really?
video will show you not only how to get Ruby's special gift, but also
I
reveal
kinda
her
wanna
true
get that.
relationship with you, the protagonist. Ruby is an adorable, clever little girl, but she's also ridiculously mischievous. Her mother passed away early, and her father, Uncle Joe, completely failed to keep her under control. She always sneaked out.
He's
to play with
dead.
her and
You saw him
used her as
die.
her human shield whenever her father scolded her. When the two of you walked together, people at Heaven's Pier called you the troublemaker duo. Honestly, if Blissful Retreat hadn't been attacked, nobody would have discovered that you two had stashed tons of wine, planning to sell it for money to go on your big Jianghu adventure. So it's really no surprise that Ruby grew up to be such a stubborn little hero who loves charging into danger. She probably got it from you. Ever since you were young, you dreamed of wandering the Jianghu, and the older you got, the stronger that desire became. After the massacre, if you return to the village at Heaven's Pier, you'll trigger a quest called Her Legacy. There, you'll find a treasure map that marks the location of the great hero Rubin's treasure. Of course, at this point, you still have no idea who the owner is, so you try to return it. The owner of the map claims that after wandering the Jianghu, she acquired a divine artifact, something so powerful that it would bring disaster if it fell into the wrong hands. So whoever finds this treasure map must overcome a series of trials to prove they are worthy. After following the map and clearing a bunch of tough challenges, the final destination turns out to be Uncle Jiang's house. There, you'll discover Ruby's letter and the birthday gift she had prepared for you in advance, a red thread. Missing Ruby, heartbroken, you drift into a dazed state, and suddenly, you see Ruby waiting for you inside Uncle Jiang's house. She comforts you and tells you to wear the red thread, so the two of you will always be connected. Her English name, Ruby, suggests a gemstone, but in Chinese sources, she is actually Zhou Hongxian Zhou Hongxian, which literally means red thread. So as long as you wear it, the two of you will continue wandering together as twin wanderers of the Jianghu. By this point, you can probably answer the question yourself. If you want to unlock Ruby's full biography, you can do a bit more. At Heaven's Pier, find Yunyang near the water wheel. She'll tell you just how strong and brave Ruby truly was. Then go to the coffin workshop nearby and find Emo, who regrets never learning martial arts because he couldn't protect Ruby. If they don't appear, just change the in-game time. Once you talk to both NPCs, you'll unlock 100% of Ruby's biography, including 3 stories about her, and they contain a secret about you. I'll summarize those stories next. The tree-climbing troublemaker. Ruby was always the bold one in Heaven's Pier. One evening, while the children played with a kite, its string suddenly snapped, and Ruby was the one who broke it. Without hesitation, she bit her lip, puffed her chest, and shouted, "Wait here, I'll get it back." The kite drifted far across the hillside, landing high in a tall tree. Ruby climbed after it, quick and fearless, but by the time she reached the top and grabbed the kite, the sun had already set. Down below, the other kids were gone, taken home for dinner. Her father was still working at the winery, and Ruby, she was alone, high above the ground, clutching the kite, and suddenly realizing she didn't know how to get down. Night settled in. The wind turned cold. Lanterns lit up house by house across Heaven's Pier. Ruby sat there shivering, telling herself over and over, "I'm going to be a hero one day. I'm not scared. I'm not scared." But the hours felt endless. She counted every lantern she could see, 268, until her eyelids grew heavy. Just when she thought she might actually spend the night in that tree, a single light appeared in the distance. A lantern, moving toward her, closer and closer, and then she heard it. Ruby, Ruby, the voice she trusted most in the world. The lantern stopped beneath the tree, revealing the most gentle, worried face she knew. Ruby gasped, her eyes filling with tears. She let go of the kite, and it drifted down, caught safely by the person below. "It's you," she cried. And in that moment, little Ruby, who feared neither darkness nor solitude, finally let herself be a child again. Ruby's copying misadventures. Ruby wasn't a genius, but her father truly believed she was. One night, he heard her mumbling the names of ancient sages in her sleep. Convinced she was blessed by the heavens, Uncle Joe proudly spent their hard-earned coins bribing the teacher to give her special guidance. But when Ruby arrived at school, nothing made sense. Storybooks disappeared. Her playtime was cut in half, and every day she had to show up early just to sit awkwardly in front of the teacher, who clearly had no idea what to do with her. Ruby tried holding it in, until she finally burst into tears. Her father stared, confused. "But didn't you love these classics? You were reciting them in your sleep, and in that moment, Ruby remembered the truth. She had only been copying texts for her runaway cousin, and muttered the words in her sleep from exhaustion. Unable to explain, she stayed silent. Uncle Joe eventually assumed she'd been possessed by a book-loving ghost, hired a Taoist to sprinkle holy water for 3 days, and called it salt. And Ruby, she kept her secret, a small burden carried with the quiet guilt of a child who never meant to disappoint. The Zhonghu and the little girl. Ruby used to think Zhonghu was just a word from storybooks, full of wandering heroes, secret martial arts, and legendary enchantresses who somehow caused every problem in the world. To her, none of it felt real. Just tales merchants shared when they passed through her little hometown of Qing. She imagined the Zhonghu as a giant, magical lake, far away, unreachable, nothing like their quiet lakes filled with ducks and fishermen. So Ruby never dreamed of entering that world. She was just a small girl, in a small place, worried more about sneaking past her father than becoming a hero. But everything changed 3 years ago. On the night Madame Han left home, Ruby finally climbed Moonveil Mountain on her own, a challenge she had failed countless times. And at the summit, she found someone waiting, someone mysterious, calm, and kind. In that moment, Ruby glimpsed the real Zhonghu, not a faraway legend, but a world close enough to touch. And for the first time, she believed she could be part of it too. Her father beat her thoroughly when she returned, but it didn't matter, because Ruby had already made up her mind. Next time, she would go again, 100 times, 1,000 times. Whatever it took, she would step into the Zhonghu, not alone, but as a twin hero. After all, she had someone she wanted to bring with her beloved elder cousin, her partner in every dream. Alright, in these stories, there's also a mention of Ruby's cousin. She used to help that person write their punishment lines, and the one she dreamed of wandering the Zhonghu with. And well, isn't that basically you, our protagonist? But this relationship is probably based on the deeper ties between Uncle Joe, Aunt Han, and Zhong Yan. For example, Aunt Han and Uncle Joe are siblings, and since the protagonist's true identity is connected to the Jade Fragment, a secret only a handful of people know, most villagers naturally don't understand who you really are. You'll never find another cousin as amazing as Ruby, but if you're willing to pay the price, she'll always support you. Whenever you're about to face tough challenges, you can literally purchase Ruby's help. She grants you a resurrection buff that brings you back to life once after you fall. So yes, you effectively get 2 lives, just like she promised. Ruby will always stay by your side, because you two are the twin wanderers of the Zhonghu. And that's where we'll end today's video about Ruby. If you're interested in more stories, lore, and characters from where winds meet, don't forget to subscribe. See you in the next video, where we'll talk about Yi Dao.
I don't think she's dead, because we didn't find her body, and she's not in the heavens, whatever, blissful retreat heaven area. Whew. Anyway, it is now 1 a.m. I think, I don't know, I'm done with all the events for today. Tomorrow, or, yeah, after reset, I think I'll do some more. So, I think I'll just wrap up the stream. It's been, what, 13 hours? Okay, so, shut down the stream, and we'll be back tomorrow. Thanks for joining, everyone. Yeah, it's been a long time. I started before reset. We did some guild wars at the beginning of the stream.
Wow.
One of the guilds. Then did dailies. Did some events. Yeah. And watched some videos. And yeah. So very eventful stream. Tomorrow, I think I got a lot done today of the weeklies, so I think tomorrow I'll have more time to focus on, I think, some of the events. And yeah, so, yep. All right, thanks for joining, guys. I'll be wrapping up for today, and I'll see you tomorrow. All right, take care, guys. All right, good night.